You're reading a headline, it says exactly what you've suspected all along, something about sugar being more dangerous than fat, or that working late might actually be a sign of deeper intelligence. Whatever it is, you click, you nod as you read, you feel seen, the facts seem to make sense. The quotes sound credible, the source seems familiar, you share it, maybe even before you finish the article. You don't double-check the methodology, you don't click the source links. You don't ask whether the counterargument was stronger. It simply aligns with what you already believed, and that makes it feel true. Later that day, you're in a conversation. Someone brings up a topic, something sensitive, a political issue, a social debate, maybe just an opinion about how to handle stress. They say something that doesn't sit right with you. Immediately, your brain starts collecting, not evidence, justifications. You remember that article. You think about your cousin who had a similar experience. You recall a podcast that said the same thing you believe, and somehow you're more confident now. Not because your belief is more accurate, but because you've built a wall around it using selective information. Confirmation bias isn't a choice, it's a default. The brain likes to reduce friction, and agreement feels smoother than contradiction. So when we seek information, we unconsciously tilt the scales. We type questions into search engines with a slant. Why is intermittent fasting better than regular dieting, instead of what are the pros and cons of intermittent fasting? The phrasing itself filters the results. And when we find what we're looking for, we stop looking. We rarely search to challenge. We search to affirm. It shows up in how we interpret data. If a study supports our view, we say it's rigorous. If it doesn't, we question the sample size. We don't do it maliciously. We do it because it feels like protecting the truth, but what we're really protecting is comfort, familiarity, certainty, even when it's flawed. This bias is especially strong in emotionally charged areas, politics, religion, identity, health, not because we care less about truth there, but because we care more. The more invested we are in a belief, the harder it is to let in disconfirming evidence. It feels like a personal threat. And so, even intelligent, well-meaning people can become prisoners of their own selective logic. In relationships, confirmation bias shapes how we see others. If you've decided someone is selfish, you'll notice every time they act in their own interest and ignore the moments they quietly give. If you believe your partner never listens, you'll remember every interruption but forget every moment they sat with you in silence. The bias doesn't just apply to information, it applies to people. You'll see it in workplaces. A manager who thinks a team member is unreliable will keep noticing mistakes, even as that person improves. The belief colors perception. Performance reviews become self-fulfilling. Feedback loops close. Growth gets filtered through pre-written narratives. Even memories aren't immune. We reshape the past to fit the present. If we believe we've always been skeptical of a trend, we'll rewrite our memories to erase the times we bought into it. If we now dislike someone, we'll remember fewer kind things they did. The story we tell ourselves evolves to keep our current stance intact. The trap of confirmation bias is that it feels like insight. When it's working, we feel more certain, more righteous, more informed. But what it's often doing is narrowing our view, creating echo chambers, shrinking the world into a version that feels comfortable, not necessarily accurate. The only way to loosen its grip isn't to force doubt on everything. It's to pause, to notice when agreement feels too easy, to ask, what would the opposite argument be, and actually listen to it, not to change your mind, but to let your mind breathe. Because truth isn't found in the center of your comfort zone. It's found on the edges, where what you believe meets what you'd rather not believe. And in that pause, sometimes, the mind does something rare. It lets in a second thought, a cooler thought, one that doesn't confirm but clarifies. At a casual dinner, someone brings up photography. You mention your new camera. Another guest, someone you've only met once or twice, lights up. "I've been doing photography for years," they say. "Honestly, it's not that hard. You just need to find the right angle and mess with the contrast a bit. People overcomplicate it." You nod politely, but you remember that they mostly post slightly overexposed selfies with presets. Meanwhile, the real photographers you follow, the ones who wake up at 4 a.m. to chase light, who spend days editing raw files, they rarely say things like it's easy. They're too aware of what they don't know. That's the paradox. The less someone knows, the more confident they often are, and the more they know, the quieter their certainty becomes. The Dunning-Kruger Effect explains this imbalance. When someone is new to a skill or field, they don't know what they don't know. Their confidence spikes. They've mastered the basics, and without a map of the terrain ahead, it feels like they're near the top. But with deeper experience comes a humbling. As people learn more, they encounter complexity, nuance, exceptions. Their early confidence erodes not because they're worse, but because they're more aware. And so, in many domains, the curve looks the same. Beginners feel certain, intermediates feel unsure, and experts feel responsible. This shows up in meetings where someone with a surface-level understanding dominates the conversation while the actual expert hesitates. Not because they don't know, but because they know how much more there is. They know the risks of oversimplifying. They know their blind spots. In public discourse, it's even louder. The loudest voices often belong to the least informed. They offer easy answers, absolute statements, five-step solutions to lifelong problems, and because their tone is confident, people listen. Confidence reads as competence, even when it is. In parenting, someone with no kids might confidently declare how they'd raise theirs. All it takes is consistency, they say, but parents who have been in it for years often just smile, not because they're resigned, but because they know that each child rewrites the rules. In medicine, a patient might argue with a doctor after reading 2 articles online. In business, someone new to a role might dismiss processes they don't yet understand. In art, a casual observer might critique with sweeping certainty what took years to build. The trap isn't just overconfidence, it's underestimating others. The Dunning-Kruger Effect leads us to assume that our partial knowledge is full knowledge, and that others are either confused or misinformed. But the truth is, knowledge is asymmetrical. Those who seem vague may be precise. Those who hesitate may be carrying more information, not less. To escape this trap isn't to become cynical. It's to become aware, to ask, am I confident because I understand this, or because I've barely scratched the surface? It's to remember that real expertise often whispers, it caveats, it questions itself, not because it's unsure, but because it's careful. And in that carefulness, there's a kind of wisdom, a kind that doesn't rush to fill silence, a kind that knows saying, I don't know yet, isn't a weakness, it's a sign that someone's still learning. And the most dangerous kind of ignorance isn't loud, it's confident, polished, and sure of itself long before it should be. You spill a bit of coffee on your shirt just before walking into a meeting. It's a small stain, lower chest, barely noticeable unless someone's staring. But as you sit down, you're convinced everyone's seen it. Their eyes feel sharper today. Every glance feels longer. You keep adjusting your sleeve to cover it. No one says anything, but you're sure they're thinking it. Later that day, someone else walks in late to a group call, hair slightly messy, apologizing with a flustered smile. You barely notice. You're focused on your notes, your screen, the agenda. If you remember anything at all, it's that they seemed rushed, not the details of their appearance. This is the spotlight effect, the illusion that all eyes are on you, that people are noticing your mistakes, your outfit, your nervous gestures. In truth, most people are preoccupied with themselves, with their own worries, their own internal mirrors. It starts early. A student fumbles during a class presentation and assumes everyone will remember the slip-up for days, but most of the class is thinking about lunch or their own part of the project. The anxiety lingers, but not because of actual judgment, because of imagined attention. It intensifies during social transitions, starting a new job, going to a party where you know no one, walking across a crowded room. You feel like your every move is tracked, when in reality, you're one of many in a blur of thoughts and distractions. The spotlight effect doesn't mean no one notices anything. It means they notice less and care less than you think. People remember impressions more than specifics, how you made them feel, not how your voice cracked mid-sentence. In dating, someone might agonize over sending the perfect message, rewriting it 10 times, afraid of seeming awkward, but the recipient is likely just happy someone reached out. In public speaking, a missed word feels like a spotlight to the speaker, but the audience often doesn't even register it. They're listening for connection, not perfection. Even in mistakes, the effect exaggerates. An email sent too soon, a question asked that seemed obvious. The imagined echo of judgment is often louder than any real reaction, and ironically, the anxiety caused by the spotlight effect can make us behave more awkwardly, which feeds the illusion. Social media amplifies this. A photo you almost didn't post because your smile felt off. A story you deleted because it didn't get enough reactions. You believe people are watching closely. Most aren't, and the few who are don't remember the things you obsess over. The antidote isn't to stop caring, it's to recalibrate, to realize that everyone is starring in their own internal show. You're a side character, if anything, a glimpse, a name they might not recall tomorrow, and that's not rejection, it's liberation. Because when you let go of the imagined spotlight, your movements soften, your voice steadies. You act not to manage perception, but to express intention. And oddly enough, that's when people notice you, not because you're perfect, but because you're present. You're halfway through a movie, it's not good, the plot's thin, the pacing off, the characters hollow. You check the time, still over an hour left, you think about turning it off, but a voice kicks in, I've already watched this far, might as well finish it. So you stay not because you're enjoying it, but because you don't want to waste what you've already spent, time in this case, but the logic doesn't hold, that hour is gone either way, what you choose next is what actually matters. This is the sunk cost fallacy, the tendency to continue investing in something because of what you've already put into it, even when it no longer makes sense. It shows up in relationships, careers, projects, even hobbies, and it often turns small losses into bigger ones. Imagine someone who's been dating their partner for 5 years. Things haven't felt right for the last 2, conversations have thinned, resentments have grown, but every time they consider leaving, a thought stops them, I can't just throw away 5 years. So they stay, not for love, for history. Or someone stuck in a job they don't enjoy. The environment is draining, the work unfulfilling, but they've been there 7 years. They've built a reputation, learned the systems. Leaving now feels like starting from scratch, even if that scratch might bring growth. The sunk cost fallacy feels like responsibility, like commitment, like endurance, but what it often is, deep down, is fear. The fear of admitting something isn't working, the fear of seeming wasteful, the fear of change. In business, entire companies have gone bankrupt by doubling down on failed products. Millions spent trying to make it work rather than cutting losses early, because walking away feels like failure, even when it's actually strategy. In personal projects, someone might keep pouring time into a book they no longer care about, not because they believe in the story, but because they've already written 10 chapters. The joy is gone, but the draft sits like a weight, demanding to be finished out of guilt. Even small daily decisions carry it, continuing a bad meal because it was expensive, reading a book you dislike because you bought it, keeping clutter because it still works or wasn't cheap. The past locks us in, even when the future is calling. The fallacy isn't in honoring effort, it's in confusing past cost with future value. What you've spent, time, energy, money, is already gone. The only question that matters now is, knowing what I know today, would I choose this again? If the answer is no, then staying is another cost, when you're actively choosing, and the longer you stay, the harder it becomes to leave. The weight grows, the path narrows, until one day you're not just holding onto a loss, you're living inside it. Letting go isn't wasteful, it's intelligent. It's the discipline of investing your energy where it still has a chance to grow, not because the past didn't matter, but because the future still does. You wake up to a series of messages. One is a compliment from a friend, another is an update on a project that's moving forward, but then there's one short email, "Can we talk later?" No explanation, no tone, just those 4 words. For the rest of the morning, it's the only one you think about. Even when things go well, one offhand comment, one strange look, one critical word can eclipse the rest. You could have 10 positive experiences and 1 negative and still go to bed thinking about the negative. That's not a flaw in your mindset, that's how the mind works. It's called the negativity bias, the tendency for negative events, emotions, and interactions to weigh more heavily on us than positive ones of equal intensity. From an evolutionary standpoint, it made sense. For early humans, the cost of ignoring danger was higher than the cost of missing a reward. Survival favored caution. Over time, the brain learned to prioritize threat. Today, the threats have changed, but the wiring hasn't. You might receive feedback from a manager, 9 good points, 1 critique. Guess which one plays on repeat? Or post something online and get 50 likes and 1 snarky comment. That single line sticks, it echoes longer, it sharpens. In relationships, this bias distorts memory. 1 forgotten birthday feels heavier than a month of kindness. 1 fight rewrites a season of peace. Even a slight tone shift in a loved one's voice can pull the mind into spirals. What did I do? Are they upset? Did something change? It happens in self-talk too. You remember your worst moments with greater clarity, the mistake at the presentation, the time you froze, the regretful thing you said. Your greatest hits are hazy, your worst days stay crisp. This isn't because you're pessimistic, it's because your brain treats pain as more urgent than pleasure. It tags it with higher priority, it files it closer to the surface. You feel the heat longer than the warmth. The problem is this bias can lead to distorted thinking. It makes neutral events feel negative. It makes short-term stress feel like long-term failure. It pushes people toward rumination, toward anxiety, toward seeing patterns where there are just isolated missteps. In parenting, a child might internalize one moment of disapproval more deeply than a week of praise. In teaching, one bored student might undermine the teacher's sense of impact even when the rest of the class is engaged. In partnerships, one missed call can feel like detachment even when affection remains. It doesn't mean negative moments aren't real. It means they're overrepresented in your awareness. They're louder, they drown out balance. The trick isn't to ignore them, it's to weigh them correctly. That takes practice. It takes stopping after a rough moment and naming 3 things that also went right, not as a forced optimism, but as recalibration, because otherwise your mind will default to threat. It will treat tension as totality. You'll also see this bias in the media. Negative headlines dominate, fear travels faster than nuance. Outrage gets more clicks than understanding, and your attention gets trained, look for what's wrong, feel unsafe until proven otherwise. But you don't have to live in that filter. You can notice the signal without turning it into your soundtrack. The negative might still grab you, but you don't have to hold it tighter than the rest, because not everything loud is important, and not everything quiet is meaningless. Sometimes joy whispers, and it takes effort to listen back. You walk into a small coffee shop you've never visited before. It's mid-morning, mostly empty, except for one table where a group of people are sitting together, laughing, drinking what looks like the same signature iced drink. You hesitate at the menu, then you point to whatever it is they're all having. Later, you're browsing reviews for a new product. 2 items are nearly identical. One has 1,300 5-star reviews, the other has 12, you don't even read them. You click the one with more stars, you don't know those reviewers, but your brain treats them like trusted scouts. This is social proof, the idea that when unsure, we look to others to guide our behavior. If other people are doing something, especially many people, we assume there's a reason, a logic, a hidden truth we haven't yet noticed. It's not irrational. In complex environments, it's efficient. If everyone's running from something, you don't stop to investigate, you run. If everyone stands to the right on an escalator, you do too. You're not analyzing, you're aligning. But social proof also creates blind spots. It can reinforce trends that lack substance. It can make bad ideas look credible. It can lead to silence when speaking matters most. You'll see it in meetings. A suggestion is made. No one objects, heads nod, so you nod too, not because you agree, but because silence reads like consensus, and breaking it feels harder the longer it lasts. In classrooms, if one student speaks confidently, others follow, even if the answer is wrong. In relationships, people sometimes stay in unhealthy dynamics because everyone around them seems to normalize it. It's just how relationships are, they're told, but that's not proof, that's pattern. Social proof is powerful in marketing. Bestseller, trending, everyone's talking about it. These aren't just statements, they're cues. You want to know what others know, you don't want to be left behind, and that instinct, deep, evolutionary, gets triggered fast. It's why laugh tracks exist in sitcoms, not because jokes are funnier, but because your brain calibrates its reaction to group cues. It's why crowded restaurants feel more appealing than empty ones, even if the food's the same. It's why, in uncertain moments, we often follow, even if we don't agree. The danger is when social proof replaces thinking, when popularity becomes proxy for truth, when everyone is doing it becomes reason enough, and slowly our decisions stop being ours, they become echoes. There's nothing wrong with noticing the crowd, but you can pause before stepping with them. Ask, do I want this, or do I just not want to be the only one who does? That moment of reflection is what gives you back your agency. Because sometimes the group is right, and sometimes it's just loud. At a weekend market, you walk past a booth selling handmade scarves. One catches your eye. The tag says $120. You pause. That's more than you expected. You keep walking. A few stalls down, another vendor is selling scarves too, similar colors, similar texture. The tag says $55. Suddenly, it feels reasonable. You buy it. What you didn't notice is that $55 only felt reasonable because you saw $120 first. This is the anchoring effect, the tendency to rely heavily on the first piece of information offered, especially in decision-making. That first number, first fact, first impression acts like a psychological anchor. Everything else is judged relative to it. You'll notice it when shopping. A sweater marked down from $180 to $89 feels like a deal, even if $89 is still more than you'd normally pay. The original price is the anchor. Without it, the same number might feel steep. In salary negotiations, the first number named, whether by the employer or the applicant, shapes the entire conversation, even if it's arbitrary, even if it has no relation to actual value. The mind takes that first point and adjusts around it, but the adjustment is often insufficient. We stay tethered to the anchor. It happens in everyday questions too. If someone asks, is the Mississippi River longer or shorter than 500 miles, you'll guess closer to 500. If they say 2,000 instead, your estimate jumps, not because you know the length, but because your brain is leaning on the reference point it was given. Anchoring affects how we view people. If you first meet someone when they're nervous or distracted, that impression can stick. Even if future interactions show warmth or competence, the initial frame colors them. First impressions don't just matter, they often dominate. It even shows up in self-perception. If early in life you were labeled shy or difficult, you might carry that anchor for years, even when your behavior changes, even when others see you differently. The original framing lingers. In healthcare, patients given a high estimate for recovery time are more patient with progress. Those told to expect a quick turnaround get frustrated even with normal healing. The anchor sets the expectation, and expectation frames the experience. In legal contexts, jurors presented with extreme sentencing options often go higher in their decisions, even if the extremes are unlikely. The numbers don't just inform, they pull. Anchoring isn't a flaw, it's a shortcut. In an overwhelming world, the brain grabs onto the first thing that seems solid, but when that first thing is arbitrary or strategic, the entire perception shifts quietly but deeply. The antidote isn't to ignore anchors, it's to notice them, to ask, what was I shown first, and is that shaping how I see the rest? Because once you name the anchor, you loosen its grip. And sometimes, stepping back from the first frame reveals a different picture entirely. You find a $20 bill in your coat pocket, a small wave of delight. It feels like a gift from your past self. The day feels brighter, but then later you drop the same amount on a rushed lunch that you barely enjoyed. You feel irritated, regretful, the joy from earlier vanishes. Same amount, opposite reaction, because losing feels worse than winning feels good. This is loss aversion, the idea that psychologically, losses loom larger than gains. We feel the pain of losing something more intensely than the pleasure of gaining something of equal value, and it shapes how we make decisions, often without realizing it. You'll see it in investment behavior. Someone sees a stock drop and panics, pulling out before it can recover. They're not optimizing for return, they're avoiding loss. Even if, logically, staying might be better, the pain of watching something decline is sharper than the hope of a future rise. In relationships, people sometimes hold onto old dynamics not because they're fulfilling, but because letting go feels like giving something up. The fear of losing a bond, even a strained one, feels heavier than the potential freedom on the other side. In negotiations, offers framed as avoiding a loss are more persuasive than those framed as gaining a benefit. Don't lose your spot triggers more urgency than reserve your spot today. It's not the logic that changes, just the frame. Loss aversion also impacts learning. A student might avoid taking a harder course, not because they doubt their ability, but because the chance of a lower grade feels like a threat. The risk of loss outweighs the potential for growth. You'll even find it in everyday routines, holding on to clothes you never wear, subscriptions you don't use, items you don't need but paid good money for. Throwing them out feels like losing, even when keeping them costs more space, time, mental clutter. Marketers use this bias constantly. Limited time offers, low stock alerts, countdown timers. It's not always manipulation, it's psychology. When something is framed as slipping away, your brain tightens its grip. The danger is that loss aversion can make you too cautious. It can keep you in jobs, habits, cities, or mindsets long after they've stopped serving you. The avoidance of loss becomes a kind of loss itself, of time, opportunity, movement. But naming the bias helps. When faced with a choice, you can pause and ask, am I drawn to this or just afraid of losing something else? That small question can break the spell. Because not every loss is a threat. Some are transitions, some are trade-offs, some are the price of motion. and while loss might sting louder than gain sings, they don't have to drown each other out. Sometimes the willingness to lose is what finally lets you move. Two people walk out of a presentation. One delivered it, the other observed. The presenter says, "That went well, I think they really got it." The observer pauses, then says, "Some parts landed, yeah, but the pacing was off near the end." The presenter shrugs, "They probably just didn't get the context." Later, the same person gets feedback on a group project. The compliments, internalized, "I worked hard on that." The criticisms, dismissed. "We didn't have enough time, the brief was unclear." This is self-serving bias, the habit of attributing successes to internal factors, skill, effort, intelligence, and failures to external ones, luck, unfairness, circumstance. It's not vanity, it's protection. The mind builds narratives that preserve self-worth. You see it early. A student aces a test and says, "I'm good at this subject." Fails the next one. The teacher made it confusing. In sports, a win is skill, a loss is bad refereeing. In job interviews, getting hired feels earned, getting rejected feels political. It's not that people are lying to themselves. It's that the brain, when unexamined, defaults to coherence. It wants the story to make sense. And stories where we are capable and misunderstood feel better than those where we might have simply fallen short. In relationships, this bias plays out subtly. If a disagreement ends well, we credit our communication. If it spirals, we focus on their defensiveness. If the relationship ends, we frame ourselves as having outgrown it, or them as being unable to commit. This bias isn't always obvious. Sometimes it hides in language. "I worked hard" versus "they were lucky." Or in silence, what we choose not to analyze too closely. We review our wins in detail, but gloss over our missteps. It also shapes how we remember events. Memory tilts in our favor. In a group decision that went wrong, we recall our own caution, not our compliance. In a failed collaboration, we remember the suggestions we made, not the ones we ignored. Social media intensifies this. Curated successes reinforce the internal belief, "I'm doing well because I'm doing well." Any failure is temporary or unfair. The feed becomes a mirror that reflects only certain angles. But this bias comes at a cost. It limits growth. If failure is always someone else's fault, learning stalls. If success is always ours alone, collaboration gets undervalued. Relationships become scoreboards, feedback becomes threat. The alternative isn't self-blame, it's self-honesty. Asking after success, what else contributed? And after failure, what was my role? Not to take on blame, but to take on reality. Because maturity isn't never being wrong. It's noticing when the narrative is protecting you and choosing to rewrite it with more truth than comfort. You meet someone at a friend's gathering. They're articulate, confident, charming. They offer you a drink without asking your preference, but somehow they get it right. You start to assume other things. They must be smart, probably kind, maybe even trustworthy. A few weeks later, they send you an article. It's not well written. In fact, it's a bit careless, but you skim it kindly. You assume it's a one-off. You give them the benefit of the doubt. This is the halo effect. When one positive trait, appearance, charisma, eloquence, colors how we perceive other unrelated traits, we assume competence in areas we haven't seen. We assume warmth where we've only seen confidence. The glow from one part spreads across the whole. It's common in the workplace. A team member who's punctual and polished is assumed to be organized in all areas. A manager who speaks well in meetings is seen as a good leader, even if their decisions are average. First impressions cement judgments. In hiring, this bias shapes outcomes. A candidate with a strong handshake and clean resume gets extra attention. One with less polish might get overlooked, even if their experience is deeper. The halo casts long shadows. In education, students who participate actively are seen as more capable. Those who are quiet may be underestimated, even if their work is stronger. Teachers, like everyone else, are human. They're affected by the glow. In dating, the halo is powerful. Attractiveness gets linked with goodness. If someone is physically appealing, they're more likely to be seen as funny, kind, intelligent, even before they speak. The mind fills in blanks based on one strong impression. Marketing uses this constantly. A brand with sleek design is assumed to have better products. A celebrity endorsement lends trust, even if the person knows nothing about the product. One strong association shifts the whole perception. The risk is clear. We make broad conclusions from narrow data. We trust where we should question. We assume when we should observe. And sometimes we end up disappointed, not because people changed, but because we filled in the blanks too generously. But the halo effect isn't always negative. It can also work in reverse, called the horn effect, where one negative trait clouds the rest. A person who's late might be seen as unreliable overall. A single awkward moment can define someone unfairly. Awareness helps. When you feel strongly drawn to someone or unfairly cold, ask yourself, what is this based on? Do I have enough information to make that call? That pause can clear the glow just enough to see more clearly. Because people aren't halos, they're full of contrast, and seeing them clearly means letting each trait stand on its own light. You wake up with a list, 5 tasks, all simple, you estimate done by noon, maybe one at the latest. You start strong, make coffee, respond to an email, outline a report, then something shifts, a call takes longer. You reread your own writing too many times, you get stuck on a decision. Noon comes, you're halfway through task 3. Still, you're surprised. This is the planning fallacy, the tendency to underestimate how long tasks will take, even when we've done them before. It's not just optimism, it's structure. The brain builds plans based on ideal conditions and forgets to account for reality, interruptions, fatigue, drift. You'll notice it in how people set deadlines. I'll finish the project in 2 weeks, they say, based on the hours it should take, but they don't include the hours that won't exist, the ones lost to meetings, context switching, unclear requirements. It happens in travel, estimating arrival times based on green lights and perfect weather, in cooking, assuming prep takes 10 minutes because that's what the recipe says, ignoring the part where you search for the peeler, wash extra dishes, answer a message mid-chop. It happens in writing, thinking you can finish a report in one sitting and forgetting that writing is partly pausing, staring, revising, doubting. The planning fallacy is persistent because we don't learn from our past. Even if a similar task took twice as long last time, we believe this time will be different, more efficient, more focused. But we plan from the task structure, not our own pattern. It shows up in organizations. Projects launch with clear timelines on paper, but the paper doesn't feel hunger, it doesn't get stuck, it doesn't juggle 3 priorities, so the project slips, slowly at first, then noticeably. You'll see it in students. I'll write the paper this weekend. The weekend ends, 2 paragraphs done. It wasn't laziness, it was miscalculation. They planned for output, not interruption. Even big life decisions carry it. Renovations that run months over. New habits that assume no bad days. Career moves that forget how long transitions really take. The solution isn't to become a pessimist, it's to factor in real life. Add buffer, remember that things break, minds wander, time doesn't stretch just because you wish it would. The fallacy isn't about ambition, it's about forgetting friction. And time, like attention, is always narrower than it looks from a distance. Planning realistically isn't giving up on goals, it's giving them a better chance to survive contact with your actual day. You're driving, someone cuts you off, no signal, you tap the brakes hard, heart jumps. What a jerk, you say. People like that shouldn't have licenses. You imagine their personality, reckless, selfish, impatient. Minutes later, you miss your own turn, you swerve slightly, the driver behind you honks, you wave apologetically. Sorry, just distracted for a second, you mumble, you explain it, not because you're careless, just human. This is the fundamental attribution error, the tendency to explain others' behavior as a reflection of their character while explaining our own behavior based on context. We see their actions as traits, we see our actions as situations. It happens in small moments. Someone's late, they're inconsiderate. You're late, traffic was worse than expected. Someone is quiet at dinner, they're rude, you're quiet, you're tired. It shapes workplace dynamics. A colleague misses a deadline, they're disorganized. You miss one, it was unclear what was expected. A manager gives brief feedback, they're cold. You do it, you're pressed for time. This bias creates distance. It makes people feel less understandable, less forgivable, because when we judge character, we close the book. Situations invite empathy, traits feel fixed. You see it in conflict. A partner snaps, they're moody. You snap, you've had a hard day. Friends cancel plans, they're flaky. You cancel, you're overwhelmed. In public life, the error scales. A person experiencing homelessness is lazy, but when someone you know loses their job, the economy is hard. A stranger's mistake is irresponsibility. Your loved one's is misfortune. It affects how we judge news. A protest turns chaotic, those people are dangerous. An isolated violent act by someone we relate to, they must have been going through something. We shift the lens to fit familiarity. The bias also fuels polarization. They are wrong because of who they are. We are misunderstood because of what we've been through. Identity becomes the frame. Circumstance fades. The irony is that everyone is living in a situation, but we only see our own in high definition. Everyone else's becomes a summary. The fix starts with pausing. When someone's behavior triggers judgment, asking what else could be going on, not as a way to excuse but to explain, to reopen the book we've prematurely closed. Because people aren't just actions, they're context, stress, miscalculations, and moments just like us. And the more we remember that, the easier it becomes to respond with curiosity instead of certainty. Not everything is personal, not everything is personality. Sometimes it's just a bad day, and sometimes that's all the explanation anyone needs. You're scrolling through the news. A story appears about someone losing their home in a sudden fire. The details are sparse. The article mentions they'd been struggling financially. In the comments below, you see someone write, "Well, they probably didn't have insurance." Another adds, "That's what happens when you don't plan ahead." You pause, you wonder what it is about human suffering that makes people rush to assign blame, even subtle blame, quiet blame, blame disguised as logic. This is the just world hypothesis, the belief that the world is fundamentally fair, that people get what they deserve, and that bad outcomes happen for a reason, one that often places responsibility on the person suffering. It feels rational, comforting even, because if the world is just, then our efforts matter, our precautions protect us. Misfortune is preventable, but underneath that comfort is a distortion, a quiet refusal to face how random, chaotic, and unfair life can be. You'll see it when someone gets sick. People say they didn't take care of themselves. As if illness always respects lifestyle, as if genes, environment, and sheer randomness don't play larger roles. It shows up in discussions of crime. They were probably doing something shady, or in poverty. If they just worked harder, the narrative assigns order to disorder, not because it's accurate, but because it protects the viewer from fear. Because if bad things happen randomly, then they could happen to anyone, even you, even me, and that's terrifying. The just world belief builds a buffer. It says, no, bad things happen to bad decisions, and if you make good ones, you'll be safe. It seeps into how we interpret history. Victims of injustice are sometimes quietly blamed for not resisting more. Survivors are praised not just for surviving, but for implying that those who didn't were somehow less strong. It influences how we treat vulnerability. Someone crying in public is assumed to be dramatic. Someone asking for help is seen as weak. We assume control where there might be none. We assign agency where there may only be exhaustion. This bias isn't rooted in cruelty, it's rooted in fear, a desire to believe in a moral equation where good inputs yield good outcomes, but life doesn't work like that. Effort isn't always rewarded, caution isn't always enough, innocence isn't always protected. The danger of this bias is subtle. It discourages compassion. It makes people hesitant to help, quick to judge, slow to understand. It turns suffering into evidence. It demands people prove they didn't deserve their pain. Awareness changes that. When you catch yourself reaching for a "they should have" explanation, pause, ask, am I trying to make sense or trying to feel safe? Because those are different goals. And sometimes the most humane response isn't an answer, it's presence. Because fairness is something we build, not something the world guarantees. And recognizing that might be the first step toward making it more real. You're in a team meeting, an idea is pitched, one that sounds ambitious, maybe even unrealistic. You wait for someone to question it. No one does. A few nods. One person says, "Yeah, I think it could work." The rest follow. You don't speak, not because you agree, but because it already feels decided. Later, you regret it, not because you had the right answer, but because you had a concern, and now it's too late to share. This is groupthink, when the desire for harmony or consensus within a group overrides critical thinking. When people suppress doubts, not because they're wrong, but because they're afraid of disrupting the flow. It starts with subtle signals, a confident voice, a dominant personality, a shared goal. The group begins to align, not because the idea is sound, but because unity feels safe. Dissent feels risky, so people stay quiet. You'll see it in politics. Leaders surround themselves with loyalists. Opposition fades. Poor decisions gain momentum because everyone near power is nodding, not challenging. In companies, groupthink drives failed product launches, tone-deaf marketing, bad strategy. Not because no one saw the flaws, but because the flaws went unspoken. In social circles, it leads to silence around harmful behavior. A friend says something cruel, no one responds. It becomes normal, not because it's right, but because no one disrupted it. Groupthink isn't always dramatic. Often it's quiet, a glance exchanged, a hesitation swallowed, a risk not taken. People conform not out of belief, but out of instinct. It's more likely in cohesive groups, when people trust each other, like each other, and want to preserve the peace. Ironically, the stronger the group bond, the greater the risk of collective blindness. It also thrives under time pressure. When decisions need to be made fast, there's little space for nuance. Leaders want agreement, not friction, but urgency amplifies conformity. The solution isn't to fight the group. It's to create structures that welcome challenge, to ask explicitly, what's the strongest counterargument, to value disagreement as a form of care, because dissent isn't disloyalty, it's defense against error. In healthy groups, silence isn't compliance. It's a space for reflection. Questions aren't interruptions, they're invitations to think better. Groupthink fades when people feel safe enough to disagree, and respected when they do. It fades when leaders listen more than they speak, when meetings include "what are we missing?" as a ritual, not a last resort. Because the goal isn't just agreement, it's alignment with reality, and that only happens when every voice gets a chance to surface. You're in a group chat, someone shares an opinion about a public figure, a sharp, dismissive take. You nod as you read it, makes sense. You assume everyone else in the group agrees too. No one says otherwise. A few people react with emojis. You feel more certain, not just about the opinion, but about how widely it's held. Later, you bring up the same view in a different conversation. A close friend looks surprised. "Really?" they say. "I always thought they were thoughtful." You pause. You wonder how you misread the room so completely. This is the false consensus effect, the belief that others think the same way you do, more often and more strongly than they actually do. It's not arrogance, it's convenience. The mind likes to assume alignment, it simplifies the world. You'll notice it in casual settings. You assume people share your taste in music, your views on politics, your stance on a moral issue. When they don't, it feels jarring, almost personal, not because you think you're right, but because you thought you were typical. It happens in decisions. You suggest a restaurant, confident others will be on board, but they hesitate. You expected consensus. What you get is quiet resistance. In teams, someone proposes an idea and interprets nodding as agreement, but nods can mean many things: politeness, uncertainty, strategic silence. When the project fails, the surprise isn't just about the outcome. It's about realizing others never fully agreed in the first place. The effect is stronger in homogeneous groups. When people look like you, talk like you, or share your background, your brain fills in the rest. It assumes shared values, even when they haven't been expressed. Social media amplifies it. Algorithms show you more of what you like, more of what you already believe. Over time, your digital environment mirrors your mind, so when you encounter dissent, it feels alien, not just wrong, but rare. The false consensus effect can cause friction in relationships. You assume your partner shares your views on spending, parenting, priorities, but when those assumptions are tested, it's not just a disagreement. It feels like a rupture in reality. This bias doesn't just distort your view of others, it changes how you behave. If you think everyone agrees with you, you're more likely to speak boldly, less likely to question yourself. That confidence can be misread as pressure. It closes space for other voices. The solution isn't to doubt your instincts, but to test them. To ask, do I know this or am I assuming it? To make room for disagreement before it arrives as shock. Because consensus, when real, feels steady. When false, it fractures fast. Believing that everyone thinks like you is comforting until they don't. Then it's isolating. The truth is, most people are quieter in their difference than you realize, and sometimes all it takes to uncover it is a question, not a statement. You're watching a talent show. 10 performances in, you think back on your favorites. Somehow, the last one stands out the most. It wasn't necessarily better, but it feels fresher, more vivid. You remember the final notes, the energy, the smile at the end. The others blur slightly, not forgotten, but dimmed. Later, you reflect on a job interview. You nailed the opening, stumbled in the middle, but finished strong. They offered you the role. You wonder how much that final stretch shaped their memory. This is the recency effect, the tendency to remember the most recent items or events more clearly than earlier ones, especially in sequences. It's part of a broader pattern called the serial position effect, but recency has its own weight, because what's last lingers. You see it in meetings. A late comment reframes the whole discussion. People leave with that thought echoing. Early insights fade, not because they weren't valuable, but because they didn't get the last word. In conversations, the way something ends often determines how it's remembered. A tense exchange that closes with a joke feels lighter in retrospect. A pleasant chat that ends in awkward silence leaves a strange aftertaste. The final moment colors the memory. In customer service, a poor experience can be salvaged by a kind gesture at the end. A good experience can be soured by one careless line. Endings stick. They define tone. The recency effect shows up in education. Students remember what was taught last in a lesson more vividly than what came in the middle. In presentations, a strong closing leaves more impact than a strong start. The end isn't just the last part, it's the part that imprints. In relationships, the most recent behavior often outweighs the broader history. A person might be generous for months, but one dismissive remark becomes the new focus, not because it mattered more, but because it came last. Even in self-reflection, this bias appears. You assess your day based on the last hour. A productive morning fades if the afternoon felt wasted. A difficult day softens with an evening laugh. The recency effect doesn't mean everything that comes first is forgotten. It just means that what's last gets more weight in memory, more say in how the whole is judged. Being aware of this matters. It helps you design better endings. Wrap-ups that reinforce the message, gestures that repair, exits that leave space for return. It helps you pause before ending on a sour note, because that note might replay longer than you think. In a world full of sequences, conversations, classes, performances, days, the last step often becomes the story. Not because it was most important, but because it stayed. You're watching the news. Two stories dominate the segment: a plane crash in a remote region and a violent robbery caught on camera. Both are rare, both are disturbing. You turn off the TV feeling uneasy. Later that week, you hesitate before booking a flight. You double-check your door locks at night. Statistically, nothing has changed. Flying is still far safer than driving. Your neighborhood hasn't suddenly become more dangerous, but the images are fresh. They're vivid, and because they're easy to recall, they feel more likely. This is the availability heuristic, the mental shortcut where the easier something is to bring to mind, the more probable we believe it is. It's not based on actual frequency, but on mental accessibility. What's top of mind feels top of risk. It shows up after dramatic events. A celebrity dies young, and suddenly people worry more about heart failure. A plane crash is reported, and ticket sales drop temporarily. The events didn't get more common, they got more available. You'll see it in everyday fears. Someone hears about a shark attack and avoids swimming in the ocean, despite the astronomical odds. A friend mentions a freak allergic reaction, and suddenly you start checking labels more obsessively, even if the risk hasn't changed. The heuristic isn't irrational, it's efficient. The brain is bombarded with information, so it prioritizes what stands out: recent, emotional, extreme. But that prioritization distorts the map. It makes the exceptional feel ordinary and the ordinary feel negligible. In business, an executive might overemphasize a rare client complaint because it came through dramatically, ignoring steady positive feedback. In parenting, a single story about a playground injury can lead to more restrictions, even if the risk is no greater than before. The availability heuristic also affects how we judge others. If the last 3 stories we've heard about teenagers involved crime, we might overestimate how common that behavior is. If the news focuses on corruption, we might start believing that all leaders are corrupt, because that's what's being repeated. Social media compounds this. Viral posts aren't necessarily typical, they're memorable, but seeing them often creates the illusion of frequency. One angry interaction online might feel like a social trend, even if it's just one loud voice. This bias shapes policy behavior, even emotions. A public tragedy leads to sudden rule changes. A visible failure prompts overcorrection. Resources shift not based on what's most needed, but on what's easiest to picture. To counter it, you don't have to suppress emotion, you just have to slow the leap from memory to judgment. Ask, is this event truly common or just easy to recall? What do the numbers say, not just the headlines? Because reality isn't what we remember best, it's what happens most. And sometimes the scariest thing is what's likely, it's what's vivid. You're walking through a busy square. Ahead someone stumbles and falls hard to the ground. It's not subtle, a sharp sound, a body crumpled. You slow down, so do others. Some glance over, a few murmur, but no one moves forward. You assume someone will, someone more trained, more certain, closer. Seconds pass, the person groans, still no one steps in. Eventually someone kneels beside them, the rest resume walking. Later, you wonder why it took so long. This is the bystander effect, the phenomenon where the presence of others reduces the likelihood that any individual will help. The more people around, the more the responsibility diffuses. Everyone assumes someone else will act. It's counterintuitive. You'd think more witnesses means faster help, but it often leads to collective inaction, not from cruelty, but from uncertainty. You'll see it in emergencies. A fire alarm goes off in a crowded office. People hesitate, look around, wait for cues. If no one moves, they assume it's not urgent, but if just one person takes it seriously, the group often follows. In social settings, it shows up more quietly. A friend seems distressed, but you wait for others to say something. In meetings, a colleague is interrupted repeatedly, but no one speaks up. The silence isn't approval, it's hesitation. The bystander effect thrives on ambiguity. If a situation is unclear, people look to others to define it. If others seem passive, you mirror them. It becomes a loop, each person's inaction reinforcing the next's. In cities, this is amplified. Crowds blur responsibility. Strangers feel more distant. The social contract thins, but it can happen anywhere: schools, offices, small towns. Inaction is rarely about apathy, it's about diffusion. Someone else will do it. Maybe they're fine. I don't want to overreact. The effect can even extend online. A post goes viral for the wrong reasons. People pile on, others watch silently. A private message of support is never sent, not because it wasn't felt, but because others seemed louder. The moment passed, the window closed. But there's a flip side. Once someone acts, the spell breaks. One person kneels, others follow. One voice interrupts, and the silence shatters. Leadership in these moments isn't about expertise, it's about initiative. To counter the bystander effect, clarity matters. Calling someone by name, making eye contact, saying you call for help, it anchors responsibility. But on a personal level, it comes down to noticing the hesitation and stepping through it. Asking, if no one else does, will I? And sometimes, acting even when you're not sure. Because in most group situations, everyone is waiting for a signal, and that signal can be you. You've committed to a new diet. No sugar, clean meals, structured days. You announce it to friends, post about it online, and stock your kitchen with the right ingredients. For a while, you follow through. Then one night after a long, frustrating day, you cave. A piece of cake left over in the fridge, just a bite, then another, then it's gone. You sit with the aftermath, not just physical discomfort, but mental tension. You told yourself one thing, then did another. You believe in health, discipline, control, but your action said something else. That tension between belief and behavior is called cognitive dissonance. It's not always dramatic, sometimes it's subtle. A person sees themselves as environmentally conscious but drives everywhere. They recycle, talk about climate issues, but avoid public transport. To ease the dissonance, they might justify it. I live too far from the station, public transit here isn't reliable, at least I recycle. You'll see it in political beliefs. Someone aligns with a party that takes a stance they personally disagree with. Instead of questioning their affiliation, they might downplay the issue or shift their stance slightly, just enough to restore mental harmony. Cognitive dissonance isn't about hypocrisy, it's about the brain's need for consistency. We want our actions, beliefs, and identity to align. When they don't, we feel discomfort, and we try to resolve it, not always by changing the behavior, but by adjusting the story. A smoker knows cigarettes are harmful. That knowledge clashes with the act, so they reframe, it's my only vice, my uncle smoked till 90, I'm under a lot of stress right now. These aren't lies, they're protective narratives, patches for the dissonance. In relationships, someone might believe they deserve respect but stay with a partner who diminishes them. The conflict between self-worth and experience is jarring. To manage it, they might say they're going through a hard time, or all couples fight. Again, the goal is psychological alignment. Even in small habits, it appears. Buying something expensive you didn't need, you'll start listing reasons why it was actually practical. You don't want to feel foolish, so you reframe. This bias drives a lot of rationalization, the act of making choices feel right after the fact. People defend jobs they dislike, friendships they've outgrown, routines that don't serve them, not because they're blind, but because questioning those things threatens the story of who they are. It can also be a catalyst for change. That internal tension, when faced honestly, can lead to realignment, shifting behavior to match values, or revisiting beliefs to match lived truth. But that requires sitting with discomfort, something most people avoid. The mind wants peace, not always truth, and sometimes, to get that peace, it edits reality, quietly, gently, until the contradiction fades and the story makes sense again. You set a deadline, it's ambitious, but you feel good. You visualize the path ahead, smooth, efficient, clear. You tell yourself this time will be different. You'll stay on track, no distractions, no burnout. You can already see the finished product in your head. A week later, you're behind, not dramatically, but noticeably. You didn't account for interruptions, slow starts, emotional dips. You're surprised, but only a little. This happens often. Still, each time you believe it won't. This is optimism bias, the tendency to overestimate the likelihood of positive outcomes and underestimate the chances of negative ones. It's the mental habit of expecting things to go better than statistics or experience would suggest. It's why people start businesses believing they'll beat the odds, why couples marry assuming divorce won't touch them, why deadlines shrink, budgets tighten, plans expand. The bias isn't irrational hope, it's built in. It gives people energy to start, but it also blinds them to risk. You'll see it in health decisions. Someone hears a warning and thinks, that won't happen to me. Even if they engage in the same behaviors, they place themselves in the exception category. They believe they're different. In financial planning, people assume future income will increase, that savings will start soon, that unexpected costs won't appear. When they do, they're framed as rare events, but often they were just excluded from the plan entirely. The bias influences how people view aging. I'll stay sharp, they think. I won't be like others. It shapes how we view stress. I handle pressure well, until we don't. Optimism bias makes people underestimate how long projects will take, how difficult conversations will be, how persistent bad habits are. It builds plans based on best-case scenarios and treats setbacks as anomalies, even when they're part of the pattern. It's not just about personal life. In politics, leaders overpromise not just to persuade others, but because they believe. In product launches, teams assume high adoption, smooth rollout. When problems arise, they feel like betrayal, not reality. But optimism bias isn't all bad. It fuels resilience. It helps people try again after failure. It pushes projects forward that might otherwise never begin. The problem is when it goes unchecked, when belief replaces preparation. The remedy isn't to become cynical. It's to fold realism into optimism, to say, I hope for the best, but I'll plan for the bumps, to expect delays, to leave space for fatigue, to remember that obstacles aren't failures, they're part of the landscape. Because optimism, when grounded, is powerful, but when blind, it becomes fragile, and the goal isn't to stop dreaming, it's to build dreams that can survive the truth. Two versions of a sentence. This surgery has a 90% success rate, or this surgery has a 10% failure rate. Same numbers, same reality, but people hear them differently. One feels reassuring, the other feels risky. Most choose the first, not because it's better, but because it's framed better. This is the framing effect, a cognitive bias where the way information is presented changes how it's perceived, even when the underlying facts are identical. People make different decisions depending on whether outcomes are framed as gains or losses, safety or danger, benefit or cost. You'll see it in headlines. Unemployment down 1% sounds hopeful, 99% still employed sounds stable, but 1 in 100 loses job every week sounds urgent. Language frames the same event into different emotional registers. In everyday choices, framing drives action. A food labeled 95% fat-free is more appealing than one labeled 5% fat. A discount sounds better than a surcharge. People are more likely to accept a surgery described in terms of survival than one described in terms of risk. In marketing, this is constant. A product is new and improved even if the change is minimal. A flight is on time 87% of the time rather than late 13% of the time. Numbers don't lie, but they bend. Framing also alters how we talk about behavior. Calling someone persistent frames them positively. Calling them stubborn flips the tone. Cautious versus hesitant. Independent versus distant. Traits don't change, but their interpretation does. It affects memory too. Ask someone how satisfied were you, and they'll recall positives. Ask what disappointed you, and the same experience is colored differently. The frame shapes the filter. You'll see it in healthcare. A diagnosis framed as treatable feels different than one described as slowly progressive. In legal settings, plea bargain sounds strategic, while confessing to a lesser crime feels more incriminating. Same outcome, different coat. The framing effect isn't deception, it's attention steering. It tells the brain what to emphasize, and the brain obliges, because humans don't process information in a vacuum. Context matters, emotion matters, presentation matters. The danger is that framing can be used to manipulate, to sell weak arguments with strong language, to make people choose things that don't serve them because of how those things were phrased. The antidote isn't to ignore framing, it's to notice it. When making decisions, pause and ask, would I feel differently if this were phrased another way? What's being emphasized and what's being hidden? Because words don't just describe, they direct. And when you see the frame, you start seeing the picture more clearly. You're in a conversation. Someone presents evidence that contradicts your belief, not rudely, not aggressively, just facts, studies, numbers. Instead of feeling convinced, you feel more certain of your original view. You start listing counterpoints. You feel sharper, more confident. The disagreement didn't soften your stance, it strengthened it. This is the backfire effect, a response where being presented with conflicting evidence makes people double down on their beliefs rather than rethinking them. It's rare but powerful, especially in areas tied to identity, politics, morality, personal experience. You'll see it online. Someone posts a correction to a false claim. Instead of reconsideration, there's defensiveness. New links are posted, often from questionable sources. The tone shifts, the belief digs deeper. In discussions about health, someone might hear that a remedy they use has no scientific support. They respond not with curiosity, but with stories. It worked for me. Science doesn't know everything. The contradiction feels like an attack, and the instinct is to protect, not to reflect. The backfire effect isn't about stubbornness, it's about coherence. The mind prefers stability in its worldview. When new information threatens that, the brain experiences discomfort. That discomfort triggers cognitive defense. Beliefs aren't just opinions, they're part of how people make sense of themselves. You'll notice it in how people react to correction. A simple factual error, when pointed out, can cause overcorrection in the opposite direction, not because the fact was offensive, but because being wrong feels threatening. The effect also grows stronger with public commitment. If someone has declared a belief openly to friends on social media, in writing, changing that belief feels like a personal reversal. It risks embarrassment, shame, or loss of status. So the mind resists, it reframes, it shields. But not everyone experiences the backfire effect equally. People who tie their beliefs closely to their identity are more vulnerable. If you see yourself as the kind of person who always trusts instinct, then data that challenges intuition feels like a threat, not to a fact, but to a self-image. The key to avoiding the backfire effect isn't more facts, it's better framing, asking questions instead of making statements, inviting reflection instead of correction, saying here's another way to look at it instead of you're wrong. Because when people feel safe, they're more willing to think. When they feel cornered, they defend. Belief isn't just logic, it's memory, identity, emotion, loyalty. And when you challenge someone's belief, you're often challenging more than an idea. You're touching the scaffolding that holds them together. The goal isn't to dismantle it. It's to help them see that strength isn't in never changing, but in knowing when to. You stand in front of the shelf, 30 different kinds of cereal, all colors, all shapes, some with oats, some with dried fruit, some with vague promises of energy. You scan back and forth, you read the labels, you pick one, then pause, you pick another, then you just stand there. After 5 minutes, you leave with nothing, not because nothing looked good, but because everything did. This is choice overload, when the number of available options becomes so large that decision-making becomes harder, not easier. It's the paradox of modern abundance: more freedom, less clarity. You'll see it in restaurants with long menus, page after page of dishes. You order something, then wonder if the other thing would have been better. The meal is fine, but the aftertaste includes regret. It happens in shopping, online stores with hundreds of filters, thousands of reviews. You open tabs, you compare specs, you forget what you were even looking for. Eventually, you close everything and buy nothing, or buy something half-sure. It even appears in relationships, dating apps with endless profiles, messages from multiple matches. People spend hours swiping, liking, chatting, rarely choosing, because choosing means excluding, and in a sea of options, the risk of picking wrong feels amplified. The brain can handle comparison, but only up to a point. With too many options, each choice feels heavier. Each decision carries opportunity cost. The focus shifts from what do I want to what am I giving up, and with that, satisfaction drops even when the outcome is good. Studies show that people presented with 6 options are more likely to choose and to be satisfied than those given 24. The larger group might attract more interest, but it paralyses action. Choice overload also drains energy. It turns simple tasks into cognitive marathons, deciding what show to watch, what article to read, what route to take. It's not just time-consuming, it's exhausting. In work settings, this shows up in project planning. Too many tools, too many methods. Teams spend more time debating frameworks than doing the work. In learning, students with open-ended assignments often struggle more than those with clear guidelines. Even in daily life, the effect accumulates. Micro-decisions, what to wear, which toothpaste, which playlist, chip away at mental bandwidth. By evening, people experience decision fatigue. They default to whatever is easiest, not best. The answer isn't fewer choices. It's better framing, pre-selecting defaults, narrowing categories, using constraints as clarity. It's setting up environments where the question is, what could I do, but what do I want to do now? Because freedom without structure isn't always liberating. Sometimes it's just noise. And amidst that noise, even joy gets quiet. You're brushing your teeth when you remember an email you forgot to send. You stop mid-motion, rinse early, and walk out to your laptop. The email isn't urgent, but the thought of it hanging unfinished makes your skin itch. Later that night, you're watching a movie, but your mind keeps returning to a task you didn't complete. You can't relax. You're caught in the middle, not by workload, by incompleteness. This is the Zeigarnik Effect. The tendency to remember and be preoccupied by incomplete or interrupted tasks more than completed ones. The brain doesn't like open loops. It holds on to them, returns to them, pokes at them until they're closed. You'll see it in daily routines. Leaving a text unanswered makes it more present in your mind than the 20 you replied to. A book you never finished lingers longer than the ones you completed. Unfinished tasks demand attention. They lodge in memory like tiny thorns. It's why cliffhangers in shows work. The unresolved tension pulls you back. It's why checklists feel satisfying, not just because you're productive, but because you're closing mental tabs. Each item ticked off silences one whisper. In conversations, the same dynamic plays out. A disagreement left hanging keeps replaying. A compliment you meant to give but didn't echoes. The unfinished interaction keeps tugging until it's resolved or fades. It affects sleep. People lying in bed with thoughts looping through what they didn't do. It's not the size of the task that matters, but its status. Done or not, finished or pending. The effect also plays into procrastination. When you start something, even briefly, your brain flags it. That open loop makes you more likely to return to it later, compared to tasks you never touched. Starting creates mental residue, a useful kind. But too many open loops lead to cognitive clutter. Attention fragments. You walk into rooms and forget why. You switch tabs without knowing what you're looking for. The mind becomes a corridor of half-finished thoughts, each waiting to be completed. There's power in harnessing this effect, structuring work into defined steps, writing down unfinished tasks to offload them from memory, starting hard tasks with a small action to trigger that residue, that itch to return. Because completion quiets the mind, and until things are finished, the brain keeps knocking, not because it wants more work, but because it wants closure. You hear the news, a company you followed just filed for bankruptcy. You scroll through the details, missed trends, rising debts, leadership missteps. As you read, a familiar thought forms. Of course, it was obvious. You remember the signs, the warning articles, the shaky moves. It all fits now. But if someone had asked you last week what you thought would happen, you might have said nothing at all. This is hindsight bias, the tendency to see events as more predictable after they've occurred. Once an outcome is known, it reshapes how we view the lead-up. We forget our uncertainty. We inflate our foresight. You'll see it after elections. It was clear who would win, people say, though polls had been split. After a breakup, they were never a good match, even if everyone celebrated the relationship a month before. After a health scare, they didn't take care of themselves, despite no one noticing signs. The brain wants stories that make sense. It wants cause and effect, and once we know the ending, we go back and stitch the narrative tighter, remove the noise, highlight the signs, turn randomness into inevitability. In courtrooms, jurors sometimes overestimate what people should have known because they already know the result. In sports, analysts dissect games with precision they couldn't offer in real time. After tragedies, people say they ignored the signs. Maybe they did, but maybe the signs were just clearer in reverse. Hindsight bias changes how we remember our own decisions. You recall predicting a trend just before it took off. You forget your doubts. You remember choosing the right path, but not how close you came to a different one. It affects how we evaluate others. We judge choices based on outcome, not context. A risky move that pays off is called bold. The same move, if it fails, is called reckless. The decision didn't change, the result did. In teams, this bias distorts learning. After a failed project, people point to mistakes that seem glaring now, but those choices were made under pressure, with partial data. In hindsight, the right move is always the one that worked. The danger is overconfidence. Believing you knew it all along makes you less likely to examine what actually happened. It shuts down reflection. You stop learning because you assume you already did. To counter it, pause before rewriting. Ask, did I really see this coming? What did I actually think then? Keep old notes, forecasts, drafts. Compare your past thinking to the present outcome. The gaps are humbling and useful. Because foresight is hard, uncertainty is real, and the future only looks clear when it's behind us. You pick up a mug at a yard sale, plain, white, slightly chipped. You'd never pay more than a few dollars for it. But now imagine the mug is yours. It's been on your desk for years. You bought it on a trip. You don't use it often, but it's yours. If someone offers to buy it for $5, you hesitate. It feels low. This is the endowment effect, the tendency to assign more value to things simply because we own them. Ownership doesn't just change possession, it changes perception. You'll see it in how people price their belongings. Selling a used bike, the seller lists it high. It's in great shape, they say. I kept it clean, replaced the tires. Buyers, on the other hand, just see a used bike. The difference isn't condition, it's perspective. It happens in negotiations. A person values what they already have, time, options, resources, more than what's being offered. Even if the trade is fair, they feel like they're giving up more than they're gaining. In experiments, people given a free item, like a mug or pen, often demand more to give it up than they would have paid to get it. The moment it's mine, it becomes worth more subjectively. The effect shows up in everyday clutter. Old clothes, tech gadgets, unread books. We hold on to them not because they're useful, but because they're ours. Parting with them feels like loss, even if they haven't been touched in years. It shapes relationships, too. People stay attached to routines, habits, even identities that no longer serve them, because they feel owned. This is just who I am. Letting go feels like erasing part of oneself. In marketing, this bias is leveraged constantly. Free trials, try before you buy, test drives. Once something enters your space, your hands, it feels harder to give up. You've started building a story around it. The endowment effect also affects risk-taking. Investors might hold on to underperforming assets longer than they should, not because of logic, but because selling feels like surrender. The asset has become part of their portfolio, their plan, their identity. The bias isn't irrational, it's human. Ownership isn't just physical, it's psychological. The brain connects to what's familiar, what's held, what's labeled as mine. The antidote is detachment, stepping back and asking, would I buy this now for what I think it's worth? If the answer is no, then the value you feel isn't in the object, it's in the ownership. Because sometimes we don't own things, they own us. You walk into a cafe for the third time this week. The barista doesn't know your name, but their face feels familiar. You feel a little more relaxed. You don't analyze it. You just like this place more now than the first time you came. Nothing big changed, just repetition. This is the mere exposure effect, the tendency to develop a preference for things simply because we've encountered them before. Familiarity, even without understanding, builds comfort. You see it in advertising. A jingle you once found annoying becomes catchy over time. A product you've never tried feels more trustworthy after you've seen it 5 times on a billboard. You don't notice the shift, but it's there. It shows up in people, too. A classmate you barely spoke to in the beginning of the semester starts to feel like a friend just because they've been nearby. You're not closer, you're just accustomed. Repetition breeds ease. Ease breeds liking. In politics, the effect explains part of name recognition. Candidates with the most signs, the most mentions, the most appearances, even with no extra substance, gain an edge. You feel you know them, so they seem safer. In relationships, the dynamic becomes more subtle. Someone you see often, even in passing, a coworker, a neighbor, a friend's friend, starts to feel more likable, even if you've never had a real conversation. The mind equates familiarity with safety and safety with warmth. The effect extends to ideas. You might hear a statistic once and question it. Hear it again and it feels more true, not because you fact-checked it, but because your brain tags it as known. Known feels right, it feels fluent. Even music benefits. The first listen is uncertain. By the third or fourth you're humming along. You don't always like songs immediately. You like them once they've stopped feeling new. Mere exposure works best with neutral or mildly positive stimuli. If your first experience is strongly negative, repetition won't fix it. But if you're indifferent or mildly uncertain, repeated contact warms the impression. The effect can create blind spots. We can become attached to the average, the ordinary, simply because it's near. It's why people stay in routines that don't serve them, defend traditions they've never questioned, or resist change, not out of logic, but out of comfort. Familiarity doesn't mean better, but it often feels that way. Because the mind, wired for survival, likes what it can predict, and what it can predict, it begins to prefer. Sometimes we think we've chosen something, but really, we've just seen it enough. You're playing a board game. You roll the dice yourself, shake them longer, blow on them for luck. You know it doesn't affect the outcome, but part of you still believes it helps. This is the illusion of control, the tendency to overestimate how much influence we have over events, especially when randomness is involved. It's why people choose their own lottery numbers, why gamblers feel hot, why we believe that doing things a certain way will tilt chance in our favor. You'll see it in elevators. People press the button again, even though it's already lit. In crosswalks, they push the signal repeatedly, hoping to make the light change faster. They know it doesn't matter, but it feels like it does. It shows up in sports. A fan wears the same shirt to every game because it worked last time. A player repeats rituals before every match. The action isn't strategic, it's symbolic. It gives a sense of order in a game full of variables. At work, it's subtler. A manager may believe their micromanagement directly causes team success, ignoring external factors, market shifts, timing, luck. When the project goes well, they take full credit. When it fails, they blame the team. The illusion thrives in uncertainty. When outcomes are ambiguous, we seek patterns. Any small action that coincides with a good result feels like it mattered. And once we believe we caused something once, we're likely to repeat the behavior, reinforcing the illusion. In relationships, it can show up as overeffort. Believing that if you say the right thing, act the right way, plan carefully enough, you can control how someone else feels. But people are not dice. Their responses aren't programmable. The illusion isn't always bad. In high-stakes situations, it can boost confidence. A pilot performing rituals before a flight, a student sharpening their pencils just so before an exam. These acts don't change the outcome, but they reduce anxiety. And sometimes, reduced anxiety improves performance. But the illusion has downsides. It can lead to blame. If you believe you control everything, then failure becomes personal. You think you could have done more when sometimes randomness wins. It can also lead to overreach, taking credit where none is due, or refusing to delegate because only I can make this work. Awareness helps, asking, what part of this is truly in my hands, naming chance where it exists, making peace with the parts of life that won't bend to willpower. Because control is addictive, but so is relief. And sometimes, the greatest relief comes from letting go of what was never yours to command. You're in a room with 10 people. One of them wears a white coat. He speaks with calm certainty, uses big words, references studies you haven't read. You don't know if he's right, but you nod. You trust him. Everyone does. This is authority bias, the tendency to attribute greater accuracy and value to the opinion of someone perceived as an authority figure, regardless of the content itself. It's why uniforms work, why titles matter, why people follow orders even when they shouldn't. You see it in medicine. Patients rarely question a confident doctor. They agree to treatments they don't fully understand, accept explanations without pushback. Even when they have doubts, the white coat speaks louder than instinct. In corporate settings, it shows up in meetings. A senior executive offers an idea. It's met with nods, affirmations, silence, not necessarily because it's brilliant, but because of who said it. Meanwhile, a junior employee with a similar idea goes unheard. The effect isn't always about power, it's about perceived expertise. Someone with credentials, deep voice, assertive posture, they might be wrong, but they sound right, and when others hesitate, that certainty spreads. The most famous demonstration was the Milgram experiment. Participants were told to deliver electric shocks to another person when they answered incorrectly. A man in a lab coat calmly instructed them. Many obeyed, despite hearing screams, because the man seemed like he knew what he was doing. They deferred to the appearance of authority. In schools, students often accept what's taught without critique, not because it all makes sense, but because it's delivered from a position of authority. In parenting, children mimic the actions and beliefs of adults long before they understand them. The bias isn't inherently bad. Trusting experts saves time and prevents overload. You don't need to verify every ingredient in a prescription, but it becomes dangerous when authority overrides judgment. It shows up in cults, bad investments, toxic workplaces. People follow harmful leaders not because they're blind, but because they've learned to silence doubt when someone qualified is speaking. The antidote is subtle. It's not rebellion, it's discernment. Ask, if someone else said this, would I still believe it? Strip away the voice, the coat, the title. What's left, truth or just confidence? Because real authority doesn't just demand trust. It earns it through clarity, not volume. And the moment we stop questioning is the moment we stop thinking. You open a form online, there's a box already ticked, subscribe to our newsletter. You didn't notice it, you submit. Weeks later, you're getting emails you never asked for. This is the default effect, the tendency to go with preset options, even when alternatives are available, not because they're better, but because they require less effort to change. You'll see it everywhere. In software installs, the standard settings are chosen for you. Most people never adjust them. In mobile apps, data sharing is enabled by default. Most don't turn it off. In elections, countries where citizens are automatically registered as organ donors see dramatically higher consent rates, not because beliefs differ, but because defaults drive behavior. In meetings, a proposed plan often goes unchallenged simply because it's the first one presented. Let's stick with this unless someone objects, they say, and no one does, not because it's ideal, but because it's already there. Defaults signal safety. If this is the standard, we think, it must be okay. They save time, reduce friction, simplify decisions, but they also reduce scrutiny. In relationships, the effect appears in traditions. You celebrate the same holidays, eat the same meals, follow the same patterns, not always because you love them, but because that's how it's always been. Changing defaults feels like work, even when the payoff could be better. It's present in careers. A job you entered by chance becomes your path by default. You stay not because you chose it, but because you never stop to choose again. Even in health, it matters. A doctor who says, "I'll prescribe this unless you prefer something else," sets a default. Most patients accept it, even if they had concerns. The default effect isn't laziness, it's a coping strategy. In a world of constant choices, defaults offer rest, but rest isn't always neutral. The problem is that defaults often reflect the priorities of whoever set them, not yours. A company's default serves its goals. A system's default serves its stability. Your mind accepts these shortcuts, but they're not always in your best interest. To counter the effect, pause before confirming. Ask, is this what I want or just what was offered? Change the frame. Start with a blank page, not a filled-in form. Because choosing nothing is still a choice. And the cost of unexamined defaults isn't always visible until much later when you realize you never really chose at all. You leave a meeting thinking you contributed more than others. You drive home believing you're a better-than-average driver. You consider yourself more rational than most, more open-minded, more aware of your biases. Ironically, that last belief might be the most biased of all. This is illusory superiority, the tendency to overestimate our own abilities, qualities, or performance compared to others. Statistically, it's impossible for most people to be better than average, but psychologically, it feels not only possible, but natural. You see it in driving. In surveys, around 80% of people believe they are above-average drivers. Mathematically, that can't be true. But subjectively, we remember the times we were careful, skilled, defensive, not the mistakes we made or the risks we took. In school, students often rate themselves as above average in intelligence, leadership, and cooperation. Even those performing poorly academically still believe they're smarter than the class median. It's not confidence, it's distortion. In the workplace, people think they're more productive, more reliable, and more valuable than peers. During peer evaluations, it's common for most individuals to rank themselves in the top half of contributors. Everyone believes they're the exception. This bias also affects morality. People think they're more ethical than average, more fair, less prejudiced, but believing you're less biased than others is itself a bias. Illusory superiority is protective. It boosts self-esteem. It gives people a sense of control and identity, but it comes at a cost, self-awareness. If you assume you're better at listening, you stop improving your listening. If you think you're more open-minded, you stop seeking new views. If you believe you're the smartest in the room, you stop learning from others. It also creates conflict. When everyone thinks they're contributing more, others seem lazy. When everyone believes they're the reasonable one, disagreements turn personal. When no one thinks they're at fault, problems stay unresolved. You see it in group projects, in marriages, in politics. Everyone believes they're doing their part. Everyone believes the issue lies elsewhere. Ironically, the smarter someone is, the more susceptible they may be, because intelligence helps construct justifications. Skilled minds can explain away feedback, defend weak arguments, rationalize anything. The antidote is humility, but not the performative kind. It's asking honestly, what if I'm wrong? What haven't I noticed about myself? It's listening when the mirror doesn't flatter. Because most people aren't worse than average, but neither are most people immune to overestimating where they stand. And the moment you assume you're the exception, you've joined the rule. You go on vacation. The first few days are fine, nothing remarkable. On the fourth day, something magical happens, a perfect sunset, an unexpected adventure, a moment of real joy. Then on the last night, your hotel overcharges you and your flight gets delayed. You return home feeling mixed, mostly frustrated. Later, when someone asks how the trip was, you hesitate, but then say, not great, despite that perfect fourth day. This is the Pygmalion rule, the idea that people judge experiences not by their average moments, but by their peak and their end. One intense emotion and the final impression shape the entire memory. You'll see it in movies. A slow film with a powerful ending often leaves a better taste than a steady film with a weak close. People remember how they felt at the climax and the conclusion, not the in-between. In relationships, it's the same. A long relationship may have been mostly stable, even good, but a painful ending can tint the entire memory. Friends, jobs, projects, what happens at the end matters more than we think. The rule also affects pain. In one study, participants submerged their hands in cold water for 60 seconds, then again for 90 seconds, where the last 30 seconds were slightly warmer. When asked which trial they preferred, most chose the longer one. Even though it had more discomfort overall, it ended better, and that changed the story. It plays out in customer service. A frustrating call that ends with sincere help feels better than a smooth call that ends with confusion. The final interaction lingers. It becomes the summary. In presentations or speeches, the order matters. A weak section in the middle is often forgiven if the ending lands. A great middle loses its glow if the closing falls flat. The danger of the Pygmalion rule is misjudging reality. A 3-hour movie with 10 great minutes is still mostly dull. A relationship with one good trip might still be toxic, but memory doesn't average, it highlights. You may ignore months of stability in a job because of one bad project, or dismiss a good year because of how it ended, or forgive too much because one moment felt magical. To be aware of the rule is to rethink how we judge. Ask, am I remembering the whole or just the high and the close? Sometimes that answer changes what we keep, what we leave, and what we believe we've lived through. Because memory isn't a log, it's a story. And in that story, the peak and the end write the headline. A teenager asks their parents if they can borrow the car for a full weekend road trip. The parents say no, of course. So the teen sighs, waits a beat, then says, okay, well, could I at least take it tonight to visit a friend across town? It sounds reasonable now. In fact, it almost sounds polite. This is the door-in-the-face technique, a persuasion method where someone first makes a large, often unreasonable request, which is expected to be denied. Then they follow it with a smaller, more reasonable request, the one they wanted all along. The shift in perception makes the second request feel like a compromise, like you're the one being met halfway. You're more likely to say yes because you said no first. It feels like balance. You see it in fundraising. A charity worker might first ask for a $100 donation. When that is declined, they ask for $10. Suddenly, $10 feels manageable, even generous. But it's not the size that changed, it's the comparison. In negotiation, a seller starts with a high price. When they reluctantly drop it, the buyer feels like they've won, but the final price may still be above what they would have paid if no anchor had been set. The trick isn't just psychological pressure, it's social rhythm. Saying no creates discomfort. Humans don't like refusing others, especially face to face. The second request becomes a chance to repair that feeling, to be agreeable without feeling manipulated. In dating or social situations, it appears as overstated asks. Want to go on a weekend trip? No. Okay, how about just coffee sometime? The coffee wasn't the fallback, it was the target. Politicians use it too, propose a sweeping policy, watch it fail, then offer a compromise that was the plan all along. People accept it, relieved it's not worse. The danger is not just that we're swayed, it's that we don't notice. We walk away thinking we made the choice freely, that we were reasonable, not manipulated, but the first ask was never real. It was a door slammed in your face so the second one would feel like an open window. Being aware doesn't mean becoming suspicious of every request. It just means noticing patterns. Asking, would I have agreed to this if it had been the only offer? If not, the real negotiation didn't start with your consent. It started with a trick. Because in persuasion, the first move isn't always the goal. It's the decoy that makes the real ask look like a favor. A neighbor knocks and asks if you'd be willing to sign a petition about local tree planting. You say yes, it's quick, low effort. A few days later, they return. Would you consider volunteering for the event this weekend? Now it's harder to say no. You already said yes once. You've started down a path, turning back feels like inconsistency. This is the foot-in-the-door technique, a method where compliance with a small initial request increases the likelihood of agreement to a larger, related one later. It works not by pressure, but by progression. You see it in sales. A company offers a free trial, no credit card required, you try it, like it. Later, when they ask for a subscription fee, it feels natural. You've already invested time, you're already in. In politics, it begins with small signs. Would you be willing to display a bumper sticker? Weeks later, would you consider hosting a fundraiser? The early yes wasn't the end, it was the setup. The technique works because of internal consistency. People want their actions to match their self-image. If you helped once, you're the kind of person who helps. If you signed once, you believe in the cause. Saying no later feels like betrayal, not of them, but of yourself. It appears in personal relationships too. A partner asks for a small favor. Later, a bigger one. Each step feels connected. You want to remain consistent, but slowly, you're agreeing to more than you originally intended. Even cult recruitment can follow this rhythm. Start with a meeting, then a workshop, then a retreat, then a donation. At no point does a single step feel extreme, but the sum becomes something larger and harder to exit. The technique isn't always manipulative. It can be used for positive change. Therapists use it to build new habits. Start small, 5 minutes of walking, one healthy meal, a journal entry. Change sticks when it grows incrementally. But awareness matters. Ask, would I still agree if this were the first request? Step back and isolate each decision. Just because you said yes yesterday doesn't mean you owe a yes today. Because influence doesn't always push. Sometimes it walks beside you, one step, then another, until the distance from where you started no longer feels like a choice, it feels like a journey you didn't know you began. A man is walking home late at night. He glances up at the clouds and sees a face, not just any face, his grandmother's, soft and half-smiling. For a second he feels something. A sign maybe, a presence, then it's gone. This is apophenia, the human tendency to perceive meaningful patterns within random data. It's the mind's habit of turning chaos into story, seeing intention where there is none, finding faces in the grain of wood, messages in song lyrics, signs in the way a leaf falls. It starts early. Children look at the moon and see a rabbit. They hear creaks at night and imagine footsteps. The pattern-seeking brain isn't broken. It's doing its job, because seeing a false pattern is safer than missing a real one. In evolution, this made sense. If you heard rustling in the grass and imagined a predator, you lived, even if it was just the wind. The cost of being wrong was low. The cost of missing a real threat was high. But in modern life, apophenia leads us elsewhere, to conspiracy theories, to superstition, to magical thinking. A series of coincidences starts to feel like fate. You meet someone twice in one day and wonder if it's destiny. A song plays after a breakup and you hear a message. It's the mind trying to narrate the world, to turn noise into signal. In gambling, players see hot numbers on roulette wheels. They believe in streaks, lucky seats, winning times. The odds never change, but the illusion of pattern gives comfort. In the stock market, investors find trends in randomness. They draw lines on charts, find shapes, follow cycles that aren't there. Sometimes they win, more often they chase ghosts. In daily life, apophenia shows up in texts. Someone replies with a period instead of an emoji. You read tone, mood, meaning, even if there's none. A glance from a stranger becomes a sign. A coincidence becomes a message from the universe. It's tempting to believe. Patterns soothe. They give order. They make the world feel smaller, more personal. But not all patterns are real, and not every feeling of connection points to something true. The danger is when apophenia shapes decisions, when leaders see patterns in data that don't exist, when people find evidence for beliefs they already hold, when emotion becomes proof. To live with apophenia is to notice the face in the clouds and let it be a cloud, not a warning, not a prophecy, just a beautiful, fleeting mistake your mind made on purpose. Because not all patterns are there to be decoded. Some are there to remind us how much we want meaning and how easily we'll invent it if it's missing. You learn a new word, maybe apophenia. You smile, file it away. The next day someone says it in a podcast. Later you see it in an article. Suddenly it's everywhere. You'd never heard it before, and now it's chasing you. This is the Baader-Meinhof Phenomenon, also known as frequency illusion. Once something enters your awareness, you begin noticing it more often, not because it's new, but because you changed. It starts with attention. The brain filters millions of signals every second. Most are discarded, but when something becomes relevant, the filter shifts. You start noticing what was already there. It's why people suddenly see their car model everywhere after they buy it. Why expectant parents start seeing strollers on every street. Why one bad breakup song seems to follow you across playlists. The phenomenon creates a sense of coincidence. What are the chances, you think, but the pattern is internal, not external. The world didn't change, your filter did. It's related to confirmation bias, but it's less about belief and more about perception. The brain prefers consistency. It tags the new thing as important, then highlights every appearance. The more you notice it, the more real it feels. And the more real it feels, the more you believe something is going on. Marketers use this. After you see an ad once, your mind does the rest. The product seems to show up on social media, in stores, in conversations. The illusion builds momentum. You think everyone's talking about this, but mostly it's just you primed and tuned in. In politics, it fuels echo chambers. You read one article and now similar headlines seem to surround you. The algorithm helps, but so does your own mind. Each sighting confirms the illusion. The issue feels more urgent, more widespread, more true. Even in dating, it appears. Someone mentions a personality type, avoidant attachment, maybe. Suddenly, every profile you scroll through feels like that. Every X seems to match the label. The Baader-Meinhof phenomenon isn't just about seeing, it's about feeling seen by what you notice, like the universe is talking back, like there's a hidden thread. But it's not magic, it's attention plus memory plus emotion. A spotlight your brain turned on, and now everything in its beam looks brighter. To understand it is to catch yourself in the moment. It's not appearing more, I'm just noticing more. That reminder creates distance. It gives you back the frame. Because the world is not suddenly obsessed with you, it's always been overflowing with patterns. You just turn the volume up on one. You buy a phone, not the top model, not the cheapest either, just one that seemed right. A week later, you see a review pointing out its flaws, weak battery life, clunky camera, but instead of regret, you start defending it. Honestly, I don't need amazing photos. I like the weight. Battery's fine for me. This is choice-supportive bias, the tendency to retroactively justify our decisions by exaggerating their positives and minimizing their flaws. Once we choose, we protect the choice, even if better options existed. It happens in big decisions, choosing a college, picking a job, moving to a new city. People construct narratives that make their decision feel correct. This school has the right culture. That company wouldn't have fit me anyway. I need the seasons. The logic isn't always sound, but the feeling is stable. Because admitting we chose wrong means confronting discomfort, waste, failure, uncertainty. Choice-supportive bias also shows up in relationships. You pick a partner, friends raise concerns, you overlook them. Later, if things go wrong, you still tell yourself, there were great times, or I needed that experience. It softens the edges. Even in politics, the bias operates. You vote for someone, their policies disappoint, but you focus on their tone, their image, their intentions. At least they're better than the other one. The mind doesn't want to admit, I backed the wrong horse. In consumer behavior, marketers rely on it. Post-purchase emails, loyalty programs, and personalized branding reinforce your identity as someone who made the smart choice. You become emotionally invested in the decision, even if it wasn't rational. It's related to cognitive dissonance. When facts clash with our actions, the mind chooses comfort. It rewrites history, edits out regrets, paints a cleaner version. But the cost is clarity. If we never review our choices honestly, we don't learn. We repeat patterns. We stay loyal to bad ideas, old habits, outdated beliefs, not because they work, but because we chose them once. To notice the bias is to ask, if I hadn't picked this, what would I see? Strip away your investment. Imagine you're advising someone else. Would you still defend the choice, or is it comfort disguised as certainty? Because wisdom isn't never making bad decisions. It's being able to revisit them and not flinch. A teacher walks into class believing one student is gifted. She smiles at him more, asks deeper questions, waits longer for his answers. Over the semester, he begins to shine, not because he was more capable, but because someone expected him to be. This is the Pygmalion Effect, when higher expectations lead to improved performance, not through magic but through subtle signals. Belief becomes behavior, and behavior shapes reality. It starts with perception. You expect someone to succeed, so you treat them like they will. You offer more encouragement, patience, feedback. You give second chances. That treatment builds confidence, which fuels effort, which drives results. It happens in classrooms. In a famous study, teachers were told, falsely, that certain students had high potential. By the end of the year, those students outperformed their peers, not because of innate ability, but because of invisible scaffolding, more time, more care, more belief. In workplaces, it echoes. A manager believes one employee has leadership potential. That employee gets more mentorship, bigger projects, softer criticism. Over time, they rise, and everyone says, we knew they had it. But it began with belief, not proof. The Pygmalion Effect also shows up in families. A child labeled the smart one gets praised for effort, not just outcomes. They start to believe it, they act accordingly. Meanwhile, a sibling labeled the wild one gets less structure, less trust. They fulfill the role assigned to them. In relationships, it can be quiet. One partner assumes the other is emotionally capable, so they speak with openness. That expectation creates safety, and safety creates growth. The effect works both ways. High expectations elevate, low expectations suppress. This inverse is called the Golem Effect. Expect someone to fail, and your doubt becomes a cage. The danger is subtlety. No one says it aloud, but tone, timing, and attention reveal belief. You interrupt someone more when you expect them to flounder. You ask less when you expect less. To use the Pygmalion effect intentionally is to hold space for people to exceed themselves. It's not about lying or inflating praise. It's about believing that effort grows and showing that belief in how you treat others. And maybe yourself too, because expectation doesn't only shape the other, it reshapes the one who holds it. You become more patient, more hopeful, more curious. So the question becomes, what would happen if you assumed someone had potential and then treated them like they already did? What if that belief was all it took to make it true? A student enters the classroom with a reputation, one the teacher didn't choose but has heard. He's lazy, the file said, disruptive, low performer. So the teacher doesn't call on him as often, doesn't wait for his answers, gives harsher feedback, less praise, less belief. And by the end of the year, the student fits the description exactly. This is the Golem Effect, the inverse of the Pygmalion Effect, when low expectations lead to lower performance and failure becomes a self-fulfilling prophecy. It's not loud, it doesn't always come from cruelty, sometimes it's just neglect, a slower reaction time, less eye contact, a tighter tone, but it's felt, and the person on the receiving end adapts, not to who they are, but to who they're seen as. You see it in schools. A student from a rough neighborhood is assumed to struggle, so they're tracked into easier classes, given less support, lower standards, and they fall behind not because they couldn't succeed, but because no one thought they would. You see it in workplaces. A junior employee who's quiet gets labeled not leadership material. They get less face time, less mentorship. When they hesitate in meetings, it confirms the label. Eventually, they stop speaking up. Even in families, the effect is strong. One sibling is seen as difficult. Their ideas get dismissed faster, their emotions questioned, their efforts minimized. Over time, they become exactly what's expected of them, defensive, detached, underachieving. The Golem effect isn't just about external limits, it reshapes internal belief. When others don't expect much, people start expecting less from themselves. They withdraw, underperform, disconnect. It's a cycle that feels invisible, but it leaves visible marks. What's dangerous is that it often feels like fairness. I treat everyone the same, but the same treatment applied with different expectations lands differently. One student gets space to struggle, the other gets punished for it. One employee's mistake is a learning moment, the other's is proof they weren't ready. The solution isn't to pretend everyone is equal in skill, but to equalize belief in potential. Not everyone needs the same help, but everyone needs the chance to be seen without a script already written. To break the Golem effect, ask, what would I expect from this person if I didn't know their history? Would I give more grace if they were someone else? Because low expectations don't protect people from disappointment, they trap them inside it. At 2 a.m. you wake up in pain, the room is quiet but your body is. You think about people who live with chronic illness and for the first time you really understand. How do they do it? You whisper to yourself, but by morning the pain fades, so does the empathy. This is the empathy gap, the difficulty humans have in understanding or remembering what it feels like to be in a different emotional or physical state. We underestimate how much our current state affects our judgment. When calm, we forget what anger feels like. When full, we can't imagine hunger. When safe, we misjudge fear. It's why people say, just calm down, to someone in distress. Or, it's not a big deal, after the moment has passed. It's why people with privilege struggle to grasp marginalization, not because they're cold, but because the emotional translation doesn't travel. You see it in addiction recovery. A person out of withdrawal swears they'll never relapse, but in the grip of craving, that logic dissolves. The vow was made in a cold state. The relapse happens in a hot one. In parenting, the empathy gap appears when adults forget what being a child feels like. They say, just focus, or stop crying, as if those things are switches. But they're asking for regulation from someone who hasn't learned it yet. In policymaking, lawmakers set rules for people in crisis, without being in crisis themselves. They design systems for the hungry, the desperate, the sick, while full, safe, and well, so the rules don't match reality. The empathy gap also works in reverse. When we're overwhelmed, we assume we'll always feel that way. We can't remember what calm felt like. We make permanent decisions inside temporary storms. To bridge the gap is to pause, to say, I'm not in that state right now. That doesn't mean it's not real. It means imagining pain even when you're not in pain, fear when you feel safe, hunger when you're fed. Not perfectly, but enough to soften the judgment, to stretch the imagination, to remember that your current clarity is a privilege of the moment and not everyone is standing where you are. Because the mind forgets how much feeling changes perception, and empathy isn't about being identical. It's about remembering that even if you're dry now, someone else is still in the storm. You're nervous, about to speak in public, your palms are sweaty, voice trembling in your head. You think they can tell, everyone sees it, but no one does. You look composed, maybe even confident, because they can't hear your heart pounding. This is the illusion of transparency, the mistaken belief that our emotions are more obvious to others than they really are. It's not just anxiety. When we lie, we think we look guilty. When we're excited, we assume people can feel it radiating from us. But in reality, most internal states don't translate outward. People aren't reading you as clearly as you believe. It's related to the spotlight effect, but deeper. Not just believing people notice you, but believing they understand you, that your fear looks like fear, that your embarrassment shows up as red as it feels inside. This illusion can be paralyzing. You hold back, you over-explain, you apologize for things no one noticed. You replay conversations wondering if you gave yourself away. And yet most of the time, the other person was preoccupied with their own transparency illusion. In negotiations, people assume their hesitation is obvious, so they settle early. In relationships, they think their affection is visible, so they forget to say it out loud. In conflict, they assume their point is clear, so they stop explaining too soon. The illusion builds pressure. It tells you, you don't have to say it, they already know, but they probably don't, and the space between your failings and their perception stays empty. There's also an upside. Realizing how invisible your emotions often are can be freeing. It means your fear doesn't scream, your awkwardness doesn't echo, your guilt doesn't broadcast. To break the illusion is to accept that you're not as transparent as you think, and neither is anyone else. What you feel deeply might land softly, or not at all. What they feel might be hidden behind a calm face. Which is why clarity matters, why saying how you feel helps, why checking in opens doors, because unless you name it, the truth might never leave your head. The illusion of transparency makes you think you've been seen, but being seen takes more than failing, it takes telling. You start a project, it's harder than you thought, you've poured hours into it already. Money too, it's not working but you push forward, because walking away would mean wasting all that time, and effort, and hope. This is escalation of commitment, when people continue investing in a failing course of action because of what they've already put in. It starts with the sunk cost fallacy. I've come this far, but then it deepens, pride enters, identity forms. You're no longer just finishing a thing, you're proving something, to others, to yourself. It shows up in relationships. You've been together for years, you know it's not right, but breaking up feels like throwing it all away. So you stay, another year, another argument, more time gone. In business, companies back bad ideas with more funding. They say, we can't stop now, we're too deep in. Millions follow millions, until the product fails publicly and people wonder why no one pulled the plug sooner. Politicians double down on policies that don't work. Leaders keep fighting wars they can't win, not because they believe in victory, but because retreat feels like defeat. Escalation is often invisible from the inside. You don't see it as irrational, you see it as commitment, as loyalty, as grit, but persistence isn't always strength. Sometimes it's fear wearing armor. Fear of being wrong, fear of admitting waste, fear of starting over. The trap is emotional. You identify with your choice, you defend it, you wrap it in narratives. It's too late to turn back. One more push and it might work. I owe it to myself. But at some point, continuing becomes costlier than quitting, and the courage isn't in staying, it's in stopping. To resist escalation, you have to separate your identity from your investment. Ask, would I make this same choice today, knowing what I now know, not what have I already spent, but what do I stand to lose if I keep going? Because effort spent is a story, but effort ahead is a decision. And sometimes the bravest move isn't holding on tighter, it's letting go before the fall gets deeper. You read an article about a billionaire who dropped out of college. It ends with a quote, I just followed my passion. you nod, inspired. Maybe college isn't everything. Maybe success is about boldness, but you don't see the hundreds of others who dropped out and never made it, the ones who failed quietly, the ones no one writes about. This is survivorship bias, the tendency to focus on people or things that passed a selection process, ignoring those that did not. It happens everywhere. In business, we idolize the startups that skyrocketed, but we rarely analyze the ones that crashed with the same energy. In war, we study the planes that came back full of bullet holes and forget the ones that never returned, the ones whose weaknesses meant they didn't survive to be studied. In fitness, we copy the routines of Olympic athletes, forgetting their genetics, their coaches, their years of invisible grind. In love, we ask long-married couples their secret, as if longevity always means happiness. The problem isn't inspiration, the problem is skewed data. When you only study winners, you build your models on incomplete stories. You mistake luck for pattern, you mistake exception for rule. It's why failed ventures rarely get case studies, why mediocre artists who quit never become part of the myth, why you hear more about the actors who made it against all odds than the thousands still waiting tables. Survivorship bias whispers, if they did it, you can too. But the more accurate question is, how many tried and didn't, and why? Not to discourage ambition, but to inform it. Not to say you shouldn't leap, but to understand the landing isn't guaranteed. Awareness of this bias doesn't kill dreams, it protects them from false optimism. It reminds you that for every success you see, there are dozens you don't, and if you only follow the visible few, you might prepare for the wrong journey. So next time you hear a story of triumph, ask, who didn't survive to tell theirs, because the silence of the failed is just as instructive as the song of the successful. You're late again, but today there was traffic, and you didn't sleep well, and the meeting location changed last minute. It's not your fault. You explain, you justify, it makes sense. But when your colleague walks in late the next day, you roll your eyes. Unprofessional, you think, they don't care. This is actor-observer bias. The tendency to attribute your own behavior to external circumstances, but others' behavior to internal traits. When you trip, the floor was uneven. When someone else does, they're clumsy. When you forget something, you were overwhelmed. When they do, they're careless. It's a perspective gap. As the actor, you know your context, your stress, your intentions. As the observer, all you see is the action, stripped of background, rich with judgment. It happens in families. A teenager argues back, parents call it defiance, but when they raise their voice, it's discipline. It happens in friendships. You cancel plans because you're tired, they cancel, and you feel rejected. In leadership, it's amplified. A manager excuses their own missed deadline due to meetings, but a team member's delay is poor time management. The bias feeds on visibility. Your reasons feel real because you live them. Others' reasons remain guesses, and guesses often lean negative. The result is a world where everyone feels misunderstood, where people believe they're acting reasonably, but others just aren't trying hard enough. It also affects self-forgiveness. You excuse your lapses with nuance, but you rarely grant that nuance to others, so empathy becomes lopsided. Compassion feels earned inward, but conditional outward. To shrink this bias, flip the roles. When judging others, ask, what would I want them to assume about me in this situation, or what might I not be seeing? And when judging yourself, try the reverse. Imagine seeing your actions from the outside. Would you give the same grace to someone else? Actor-observer bias distorts both justice and kindness. It makes others feel harsher and you feel more innocent, but in truth, we're all actors, we're all observers. And the world becomes more honest when we remember both roles exist in every story. He makes 3 shots in a row, the crowd leans in, his teammates keep feeding him the ball. He's on fire, someone says, but the next shot clanks off the rim, then another, the streak ends. This is the hot hand fallacy, the belief that a person who has experienced success with a random event has a greater chance of further success in additional attempts. It feels true, after all, when someone's doing well, we feel their momentum. But in many domains, especially where chance plays a role, streaks don't predict the future, they just look like they do. The fallacy was first studied in basketball. Players who made several shots in a row were assumed to be hot, but statistically, their chances of making the next shot didn't actually increase. The hot hand was mostly in the mind of the observer. You see it in gambling. A player at a slot machine wins twice in a row and people gather. They believe the machine is in a giving mood or the player is lucky. But each spin is independent. The past doesn't change the odds. In business, an entrepreneur launches 2 successful products. Investors rush to back the third. Confidence grows, but market dynamics don't guarantee repeats. The past may not map the path ahead. The hot hand fallacy thrives because of pattern seeking. We crave narrative. Success feels like momentum. It feels earned, but randomness can wear the costume of skill just long enough to convince us. Sometimes the effect is emotional. A teacher sees a student answer 2 hard questions right, so they assume the student is brilliant. More opportunities follow, and maybe the student does improve, but not because of the streak, because of the attention it attracted. There's nuance, of course. In some areas, like rhythm-based tasks or muscle memory, short-term performance can carry over. Confidence can boost outcomes. Fatigue can reduce them. So the fallacy isn't that streaks never matter. It's that we overvalue them, especially where chance dominates. To notice the hot hand fallacy is to pause before assuming that success guarantees more success. It's to separate signal from noise, to ask, is this momentum or just momentary? Because even the best shooters miss, even the best bets turn, and the fire we feel watching a streak might be less about them and more about our need to believe. The roulette wheel spins. It's landed on red 5 times in a row. You watch, heart pounding. Black is due, you whisper, you double your bet. The ball lands on red again. This is the gambler's fallacy, the mistaken belief that if something happens more frequently than normal during a given period, it will happen less frequently in the future, or vice versa. It's the belief in balance within short runs, that the universe keeps a scorecard, that luck corrects itself, but in random, independent events there is no memory, no debt, no force pushing the odds back to fair. The fallacy appears anywhere randomness lives. In flipping coins, 5 heads in a row makes us think tails is next. In rolling dice, after several low numbers, we expect a high, but the odds remain unchanged. In daily life, it gets more subtle. A person has a streak of bad luck, car troubles, a breakup, a missed flight, and friends say, you're due for something good. But life isn't a slot machine. Misfortune doesn't increase your chances of a win. It can even lead to risky decisions. In casinos, players double down after losses, believing a win is coming. It's called chasing. The belief that randomness must repay you, but randomness owes you nothing. The fallacy is powerful because it feels fair. It reflects a human craving for justice, symmetry, balance. We want the world to correct extremes. We want luck to behave like math, but chance doesn't care how long the losing streak is. The next flip is still 50-50. Understanding this fallacy matters in more than gambling. In hiring, managers might feel that, after 3 bad candidates, the next one must be good. In medicine, patients might believe that, after so many complications, something has to go right. But chance doesn't work that way. It doesn't self-regulate. It doesn't balance for your narrative. To resist the gambler's fallacy is to accept randomness without repayment. To see streaks as possible, but not predictive. To know that 5 reds in a row don't make black any more likely. Because chance isn't fair, it's indifferent, and surviving randomness means recognizing that sometimes the only pattern is the one we imagined. You're at the grocery store, hungry, everything looks good. You buy more than usual snacks, sauces, frozen meals you never eat. In your mind, this is what you'll want all week, but tomorrow you're full. Half the food sits untouched. This is projection bias. The tendency to assume that future preferences and states will match your current ones. We project our present onto our future. If we're tired, we assume we'll always want to rest. If we're energized, we commit to plans we might later dread. If we're angry, we think we'll still be angry tomorrow and act accordingly. It's subtle but everywhere. You shop for clothes on a cold day and buy too many layers. You sign up for a 6 a.m. gym class when feeling motivated, forgetting how hard it'll be to wake up later. You make big decisions, vacations, contracts, conversations, without realizing your current mindset is shaping a future you won't be in. Projection bias causes friction between intention and reality. It's why we overcommit, underprepare, or regret promises we made when we felt differently. It also affects judgment. When you're happy, other people's problems seem solvable. When you're sad, the same situations feel hopeless. You imagine others think like you do now and misunderstand them in the process. In relationships, it leads to mismatched expectations. You say, "I'll always feel this way," but time, stress, mood, and environment shift. You forget that feelings aren't fixed. Avoiding this bias means building room for change. It means asking, will I still want this when I feel differently? Or am I planning for this version of me or the one I'll become? It's hard because your current self feels permanent, but it isn't. Moods fade, desires shift, energy returns, and the person making a decision now may not live with it comfortably later. A doctor has two options: give a vaccine that carries a tiny risk of side effects, or give nothing and let nature run its course. The disease has a higher chance of harm, but the doctor hesitates. If something goes wrong after the vaccine, it will feel like their fault. Doing nothing feels safer, even if it's not. This is omission bias, the tendency to judge harmful actions as worse than equally harmful inactions. It's not about outcomes, it's about agency. Causing harm feels heavier than allowing harm, even when the end result is the same. You see it in parenting. A parent doesn't push their child to apply for a scholarship. The child misses the chance. No one's blamed, but had the parent pushed and it backfired, the guilt would be louder. In teams, a manager avoids giving feedback, fearing hurt feelings. The employee underperforms, but because no action was taken, the harm feels diluted, like silence instead of failure. In ethics, it shows up in trolley problems. Flipping a switch to divert a train feels harder than letting it stay on course, even if both choices lead to the same loss. We believe in the moral comfort of inaction, but often not choosing is a choice, and the consequences can be just as real. Omission bias makes us timid. It tells us better to step back than step wrong, but in doing so, we sometimes allow preventable outcomes. We trade responsibility for regret, quiet regret, but regret all the same. To counter it, we must recognize that doing nothing isn't neutral. It's an act with its own weight, sometimes heavier than action. And when you ask yourself, what will I regret more, don't forget to weigh the silences, because some of the worst mistakes aren't made, they're allowed. You eat a salad for lunch. Later that night you have cake. You tell yourself you've earned it. One good act justifies another not so good one. You feel balanced even if you are. This is moral licensing, the phenomenon where doing something virtuous gives you permission to act in ways that might contradict those values. It shows up quietly. After donating to charity, someone might feel less guilty about skipping a favor for a friend. After recycling all week, they justify a wasteful purchase. After going to the gym, they drive when they could walk. In psychology, this effect has been shown in everything from politics to consumer behavior. People who endorse diversity on a survey may feel more comfortable making a biased decision right after. Shoppers who buy green products sometimes cheat more on unrelated tasks. It's not always conscious. It's an internal scoreboard where a good deed fills a credit column that allows a withdrawal later, even if the two acts are unrelated. The logic is emotional, not rational. We think, because I did X, I'm not the kind of person who would do Y, so when Y happens, it feels less wrong. This bias matters because it can quietly erode consistency. You may see yourself as generous, honest, thoughtful, but use past proof of those traits to excuse moments when you're not. In leadership, it shows up when a manager who praises their team once uses that as cover to micromanage later. In relationships, it's the partner who plans one thoughtful date and then disappears for weeks, convinced they've done enough. Moral licensing isn't hypocrisy, it's self-soothing, a way to hold onto identity without always living up to it. But over time, it can build gaps between how we see ourselves and how we act. To spot it, notice when you use the past to justify the present. Ask, am I making a choice or cashing in on one I already made? Because the truth is, being a good person isn't a license, it's a direction, and each moment is a new chance to stay on course or wander off it. Two employees get the same feedback: you need to speak up more in meetings. One feels motivated, takes it as a challenge, starts preparing better. The other feels crushed, ashamed, and withdraws even more. Same input, different wiring. This is reinforcement sensitivity, the idea that people vary in how they respond to reward and punishment cues. Some are more sensitive to positive reinforcement, They're driven by praise, success, opportunity. Others are more tuned to negative cues, avoiding failure, criticism, or risk, and some fluctuate depending on context. In relationships, one partner might thrive on encouragement. "You're doing great" fuels them. The other might need warning signs. "This could go wrong" keeps them focused. In parenting, one child beams after a gold star. Another needs to hear what not to do. One learns from mistakes. Another avoids making them entirely. The theory stems from neuroscience, differences in brain systems that govern approach and avoidance behaviors. The BAS, behavioral activation system, chases rewards. The BIS, behavioral inhibition system, dodges threats. Understanding this isn't just academic. It explains why one friend leaps at opportunity and another freezes. Why one student pushes harder after a bad grade and another gives up. Why the same environment lifts some people and stifles others. In the workplace, a leader might think they're being fair, same message, same tone, but people don't hear it the same. Reinforcement isn't one size fits all, it's about calibration. To use this insight well is to notice what someone responds to. Do they light up at recognition, or do they need guardrails, clarity, boundaries? It's not about changing who they are, it's about meeting them where they're wired. Because motivation isn't just about what you say, it's about how it lands. And when you match the signal to the system, people don't just hear you, they move. A man walks into a cafe and sees the word butter on a sign. He doesn't think much of it. A few minutes later, the barista asks him to complete a word. BD without pausing, he says bread. That's semantic priming, the phenomenon where exposure to one word or idea subtly influences responses to another, even if we don't notice it. It works beneath awareness. You read doctor and then respond faster to nurse than bread. Your brain connects meaning and one idea activates another. This isn't suggestion, it's structure, a kind of mental autocomplete built from experience. In conversation, it's powerful. Mentioning sunshine before talking about vacations makes people more open to travel ideas. Saying teamwork before asking for help makes others slightly more inclined to agree. The mind is always warming up for what's next. In branding, advertisers use this without saying a word. A fast food commercial might flash scenes of families laughing, not to inform but to prime comfort. Later, when you're hungry, that brand feels right, not because of taste but tone. In interviews, a candidate who casually mentions shared values, integrity, commitment, balance, isn't just listing traits. They're shaping the framework for how the rest of their words will be heard. But priming isn't always deliberate. A person who reads an article about crime might interpret a stranger's action more harshly just minutes later. Someone who sees words like elderly and slow might unconsciously walk more slowly down the hallway afterward. The mind connects what it's seen to how it behaves, even in unrelated situations. This effect doesn't override thought, but it nudges it. It adjusts the starting point of your next idea, like moving a magnet slightly closer before the pull. To notice semantic priming is to understand how much of thinking is preloaded. The words around you don't just inform, they shape the next ones. And every sentence lives not just on the page, but in the mental trail it leaves behind. At a trivia night, one team hears the clue, name a fruit that's yellow. The first answer shouted out is banana. Almost every group says the same, not because it's correct, but because it comes to mind first. This is the semantic fluency effect, the tendency to rate information as more true, likely, or favorable simply because it's easier to recall or process. When something feels easy to think about, the brain treats it as more familiar and therefore more trustworthy. It's not a fact check, it's a gut sense of fluency, of that sounds about right. It's why slogans that rhyme or repeat are more persuasive. If the glove doesn't fit, you must acquit. It's not logic, it's rhythm. The mind likes smooth pathways, they feel safer, more stable. You'll notice it in everyday judgments. A simple explanation feels more accurate than a complex one. A clear font makes a statement feel more believable than one in messy handwriting. Even a familiar name feels more trustworthy than an unfamiliar one, even if it shouldn't. In hiring, a resume that flows well, clear structure, common phrases, might win over one with deeper experience but clunkier presentation. In news, headlines with familiar phrases get shared more, not necessarily because they're true, but because they're easy. The effect also distorts memory. People tend to believe they've heard something before if it's semantically fluent, even if they haven't. Familiar structure gets mistaken for truth. This bias doesn't mean easy things are false, but it means ease is often mistaken for evidence. The smoother the delivery, the stronger the belief. To catch it, ask, do I think this is true because it is, or because it was easy to hear? Because the mind doesn't just listen to the message, it listens to how the message feels, and sometimes fluency speaks louder than facts. Two friends read the same article about climate change. One sees it as strong evidence confirming their beliefs. The other dismisses it as biased and flawed. They don't disagree on facts, they disagree on what counts as evidence. This is disconfirmation bias, the tendency to scrutinize information that challenges our beliefs more harshly than information that supports them. It's not that people avoid evidence, it's that they handle it unevenly. When something confirms what we already think, we accept it quickly, with little resistance. But when something contradicts us, we demand more, better sources, stronger logic, cleaner delivery. You see it in politics. Voters who support a candidate will overlook their flaws but amplify those of the opponent. Same actions, different scrutiny. You see it in medicine. A person skeptical of vaccines may dismiss 10 studies as corrupted but accept a single anecdote that aligns with their view. Disconfirmation bias makes disagreement harder, because the more deeply held the belief, the higher the bar for challenge. We protect our worldview not with facts, but with filters. This shows up in arguments between couples. One partner brings up a concern, the other, instead of listening, looks for inconsistencies, but last week you said the opposite. The point isn't heard, it's defended against. In research, even scientists can fall prey. Data that contradicts a hypothesis is analyzed more rigorously. Confirmation gets a pass. To reduce this bias, the key isn't neutrality, it's symmetry. Being as critical of confirming evidence as you are of disconfirming. Asking, would I accept this if it pointed the other way? Because in the end, truth isn't just what survives challenge, it's what survives fair challenge. And sometimes, the hardest bias to spot is the one that feels like being rational. A company board meets to discuss a new nuclear reactor. They quickly approve the technical plan. Then they spend 45 minutes debating the color of the break room coffee machine. This is the law of triviality, also known as bike shedding, the tendency to give disproportionate weight to trivial issues when more complex ones are on the table. We do it because trivial problems feel safer. Everyone can weigh in. There's no risk of looking uninformed. A billion-dollar reactor feels distant. A coffee machine feels relatable. In group meetings, it shows up when minor formatting choices get more discussion than core strategy. In classrooms, students might debate whether an assignment is due Monday or Tuesday instead of grappling with the actual content. In family life, it's the dinner table argument about who left the light on, when what's really bothering someone runs much deeper. The law of triviality reveals a subtle truth. People often avoid depth by clinging to detail. It feels productive, but it's a kind of misdirection. Sometimes it's unconscious, sometimes it's strategic. A team might stall by focusing on a logo redesign because the real decisions are riskier. Leaders may encourage busywork around process to delay confronting harder choices. To see it in action, listen for long discussions about low-stakes topics. Ask what's not being talked about, what silence is the detail protecting. It doesn't mean small things don't matter, but when minor issues take center stage, it's worth asking, what bigger issue are we avoiding? Because focus isn't just about what we pay attention to, it's also about what we ignore and why. A well-dressed man on a late-night show says something with confidence, charm, and a dash of humor. People in colder climates are naturally better at math, it's a survival thing. The audience laughs, a few heads nod, it sounds right. That's truthiness, the belief in something because it feels true, not because it is. The term was coined to describe political rhetoric, but the concept runs deeper. It's about how the human brain often favors emotional resonance over factual accuracy. If something fits our intuition, our vibe, or our story about the world, we're more likely to accept it. You hear it in headlines, chocolate cures stress. You repeat it because you want it to be true. You see it in conversations, left-handed people are more creative. It sticks because it has flavor, even if it's not statistically grounded. Truthiness bypasses critical thinking. It thrives on rhythm, tone, familiarity, and gut feel. A fact spoken with hesitation feels less real than a myth told with passion. This is why some conspiracy theories flourish, not because they're logical, but because they offer satisfying emotional closure. They wrap complex events in simple packages, and that neatness feels like truth. In marketing, truthiness sells. All natural, clinically proven, ancient wisdom. These phrases don't promise accuracy, they imply it. They create comfort by speaking the language of trust, even when specifics are vague. The danger is subtle. It's not just about being misled, it's about how easily we mislead ourselves. We confuse resonance with reality, and in doing so, we form beliefs that feel right but stand on sand. To guard against truthiness, ask, does this feel true because it's emotionally satisfying or because it's supported? Am I responding to content or to tone? Because when facts and feelings blur, truthiness thrives, and once it sticks, it becomes harder to undo than a lie, not because it's aggressive, but because it's cozy. You meet a woman named Sarah. She's articulate, well-read, and passionate about social issues. Someone asks, is Sarah more likely to be a bank teller or a bank teller who's active in the feminist movement? Most people choose the second option. But mathematically, that's less likely, because every end makes an outcome rarer. Sarah being a bank teller and a feminist activist is a narrower case than just being a bank teller, and yet it feels more likely. That's the conjunction fallacy, when we assume that specific conditions are more probable than a single general one, simply because they seem more representative. It was first demonstrated in a famous experiment involving a fictional woman named Linda, described much like Sarah. Participants consistently picked the more detailed option, even when told the basics of probability. This fallacy comes from how we judge plausibility. Our minds lean on stories, not stats. The richer the description, the more coherent it feels, and coherence gets mistaken for likelihood. You see it in everyday reasoning. A sports fan says he'll score and get injured. But that's two things, not one. A doctor lists 5 symptoms that sound like a rare disease and overlooks the common one that fits better. In crime shows, suspects seem more suspicious if there's a story to fit their guilt, even if the simpler version, wrong place, wrong time, is more statistically probable. The conjunction fallacy reveals a cognitive tug-of-war between logic and narrative. We crave detail, we reward pattern, but the more specific we get, the less likely our guesses become. To avoid it, remember, simplicity often beats story. If someone says he's a marathon runner and a vegan and a pilot, ask, is that really more likely or just more vivid? Because probability isn't about what sounds right, it's about what adds up, and sometimes fewer pieces tell the truer story. A hospital screens for a rare disease that affects 1 in 1,000 people. The test is 99% accurate, meaning it correctly identifies 99% of cases and has a 1% false positive rate. One day, a patient tests positive. What are the odds they actually have the disease? Most people say 99%. The real answer is closer to 9%. That's the base rate fallacy, the tendency to ignore general statistical information, the base rate in favor of specific information, the test result, even when the base rate drastically shifts the odds. In this case, because the disease is so rare, false positives outnumber true positives. But the mind grabs the immediate data, positive result, and skips the bigger context. This fallacy isn't just for math problems, it's everywhere. A hiring manager sees a resume from a prestigious university and assumes high competence, ignoring how many average performers also graduate from those schools. A person hears that a crime was committed by someone from a certain neighborhood and makes broad assumptions about everyone from that area, forgetting the base rate of peaceful, law-abiding people. In media, we see vivid stories of rare tragedies, plane crashes, shark attacks, and start overestimating their frequency. The stories stick, the statistics fade. The base rate fallacy reveals a human preference, detail over data. A single dramatic case outweighs 100 quiet ones. To think clearly, we have to zoom out before zooming in. Ask, how common is this, really? What are the odds before I even look at this result? Because without the base rate, our conclusions are built on noise. And clarity starts by remembering what usually happens, not just what just happened. You're in traffic, someone cuts you off. You think, what a jerk. You honk, shake your head. Later that day, you do the same thing, distracted for a second, missed your exit, merged too fast. You think, sorry, wasn't thinking. Same action, two explanations. This is the lens of naive realism, the belief that we see the world objectively, and people who disagree with us must be misinformed, irrational, or biased. We assume our perceptions are reality, that our views are neutral, that our emotions are justified, and when others see things differently, we don't say, maybe they have different information. We say, they're wrong. It's the foundation of so many arguments. Political debates don't sound like, I value this, you value that. They sound like, I see the facts, you're delusional. In relationships, it's why people say, you're overreacting, instead of that hit you differently. In workplaces, it's why team members talk past each other, each convinced they're the one seeing things clearly. Naive realism blinds us to perspective. It makes empathy harder. It replaces curiosity with judgment. You see it in couples therapy when each partner says, I'm being reasonable, they're the one with the problem. The therapist isn't solving the issue. They're breaking the illusion that there's only one truth. The antidote isn't self-doubt, it's humility. The quiet admission that your view is a perspective, not the perspective, that others might be acting rationally in a framework you don't yet understand. Naive realism teaches us that the world we see isn't just out there, it's filtered, and everyone's filter is different. So next time someone sees things another way, pause before correcting them. Consider that they're not confused, they're just standing somewhere else. And maybe so are you. A teacher draws a diagram on the board and explains a concept that seems straightforward. The students nod, but later most of them still don't get it. The teacher is frustrated. It's obvious, I just told them. That's the curse of knowledge, the cognitive bias where once you know something, it becomes hard to imagine what it's like not to know it. You lose access to your own earlier ignorance. You assume others have the same background, context, or understanding. And so you skip steps, use shorthand, and misjudge what others actually need. This bias shows up in tech support, when an expert says, just reset the router, without realizing the user doesn't know where the router is. It shows up in writing, when authors overload paragraphs with terms they don't realize are unfamiliar. It happens in relationships too. One partner assumes the other should know why something's upsetting, but they don't, because it was never said, only felt. In teams, it creates tension between departments. The engineer says, we've already tested that. The manager says, tested what? Assumptions about what's known replace actual communication. Even in parenting, it's common. A child is told be careful with that, but doesn't understand what makes that dangerous. The adult forgets that knowledge is not shared by default. The curse of knowledge is subtle because it feels like clarity, but it's only clear from your side. To work against it, try the double check. What would this sound like to someone hearing it for the first time? What did I once not know? Because understanding doesn't spread through osmosis, it spreads through empathy. And sometimes, the smartest person in the room is the one who remembers what it's like to be confused. Two arguments are laid out in front of a group. Argument A. All mammals walk. Whales are mammals. Therefore, whales walk. Argument B. All reptiles are animals. Snakes are reptiles. Therefore, snakes are animals. Most people say the second argument is more logical, but not because it's better structured, because it has a conclusion that aligns with what they already believe. That's belief bias, the tendency to accept arguments whose conclusions we already agree with, and to reject arguments whose conclusions feel false, regardless of their logical structure. It's a filter that makes logic secondary. If something feels wrong, we poke holes in the reasoning. If it feels right, we ignore flaws. This shows up in debates all the time. One side presents a sound argument, but it leads to an uncomfortable conclusion. The listener rejects it, not based on the reasoning, but on the conclusion alone. In hiring, a manager might believe a candidate is a bad fit, and so sees every comment in the interview through that lens, logical or not. In law, a jury may lean toward a verdict early and interpret all evidence through that belief. Belief bias isn't about intelligence, it's about how belief influences perception. Even in science, researchers can favor data that aligns with existing theories and treat contradictory data as flawed, more an error than a challenge. To guard against belief bias, flip the script. Take a sound argument with a conclusion you dislike and ask, would I still accept this structure if it ended differently? Or, am I rejecting this not because it's illogical, but because it's uncomfortable? Because true thinking doesn't just follow what we believe. Sometimes it questions why we believe it. A group of people watches the same video of a protest. Some see it as a powerful act of justice, others see it as disruptive and dangerous. The footage is identical, the interpretations are not. This is cultural cognition, the idea that people's perceptions of facts are shaped by the values of the cultural groups they identify with. It's not just about what people think, it's about how they interpret evidence based on their identity, political, religious, regional, or even professional. People filter information through the lens of what aligns with their group's norms, beliefs, and worldview. You see it in debates over climate change. The same data can affirm one person's belief in urgent reform and another person's distrust of scientists or government. The facts don't speak for themselves. People hear them through their tribe. In health, a community that values natural remedies might see vaccines with suspicion, not because of science, but because of cultural values around purity, nature, and autonomy. Cultural cognition doesn't make people irrational, it makes them human. People want to protect the coherence of their world. Admitting a fact that clashes with your group's values feels like betrayal. This is why some people distrust certain news sources, not because the content is false, but because the framing violates their cultural alignment. In workplaces, it can shape how teams receive feedback. A blunt critique in one culture may be seen as rude, in another as honest. Same message, different reality. The challenge is that cultural cognition often operates invisibly. We think we're interpreting facts neutrally, but we're actually maintaining membership in our group. To think clearly, we don't just ask, is this true? We ask, what part of me wants this to be true? What part would feel threatened if it were? Because clarity starts when we separate the information from the identity we've wrapped around it. A driver thinks speeding up from 30 mph to 60 mph will cut their trip time in half, but it won't, not even close. This is time-saving bias, the tendency to misjudge how much time we save by increasing speed or efficiency, especially when we're already going slow. It shows up in commuting. People overestimate how much faster a trip becomes by driving 10 mph over the speed limit. The real gains are small, minutes at most. In productivity, someone adds a shortcut that saves 2 seconds per task but overestimates its impact. They forget that multiplying small gains only helps if the task repeats often, and they underestimate the setup time. Time-saving bias also appears in scheduling. A team shifts a meeting 10 minutes earlier hoping to unlock an hour, but nothing fills that gap, and the day remains fragmented. Why does this bias persist? Because we're drawn to visible, linear change. Doubling speed feels like having time, but in practice, time savings diminish quickly once you're past a certain threshold. A jump from 10 to 20 mph cuts time dramatically, but from 60 to 70, barely noticeable. This leads people to chase efficiency in the wrong places, shaving seconds from high-speed tasks while ignoring the slow bottlenecks, adding apps to speed up writing while spending 30 minutes formatting documents no one reads. Time-saving bias isn't about laziness, it's about how we misunderstand nonlinear systems. The faster we go, the less every extra unit of speed helps. To counter it, look for time drains, not just time tweaks. Ask where the real delays happen. And remember, speeding up isn't always the answer. Sometimes it's just a distraction from stopping what slows you down. At the end of a group project, each member is asked how much they contributed. One says 40%, another says 50%, the third says 45%. Somehow, they've all done more than half the work. That's egocentric bias, the tendency to overestimate how much we've contributed to a shared outcome. It happens not because people are lying, but because they're closer to their own effort. You remember the late nights, the stress, the problem solving. What others did feels smaller by comparison, less visible, less vivid. You see it in relationships. One partner thinks, I'm always the one initiating plans. The other thinks the same. Each sees their own effort in full color and the others in gray. In group decisions, people remember the ideas they pitched, but forget how much they were influenced by others. In families, siblings argue over who helped more with aging parents, each convinced they carried more weight. Egocentric bias also affects blame. When something goes wrong, people focus on how they were set up to fail, not how others struggled too. It shows up in workplaces when one person says, I carried that launch, while the team says, we all did. Memory and perspective twist the balance sheet. The irony is, everyone thinks they're being objective, but effort isn't just physical, it's felt, and we feel our own more than anyone else's. To check egocentric bias, flip the view. Try to list not just what you did, but what you saw others doing. Assume their effort was just as vivid to them, because shared work isn't measured in fractions, it's measured in trust. Someone gives you advice. It's good advice, smart, balanced, well-argued, but you don't follow it. Why? Because you didn't think of it. That's egocentric discounting, the tendency to devalue advice or ideas simply because they come from someone else. It's not arrogance, it's subtle. People tend to trust thoughts that originate in their own mind more than ones that arrive from the outside, even if the content is identical. You see it when someone reads a suggestion online, dismisses it, then arrives at the same idea weeks later and suddenly believes in it, because now it's theirs. In teams, egocentric discounting causes missed opportunities. An employee pitches an idea that goes nowhere. A manager revisits the same idea weeks later, reframed slightly, and now it's embraced. In parenting, children resist advice, not because it's bad, but because it wasn't self-discovered. The idea feels imposed. This bias shows up in therapy too. A client may nod along, but real change only happens when insights feel like their own, even if they were planted gently earlier. We discount not just information, but the source of it. Ideas from outsiders feel riskier, less tailored, but internal ideas, those feel safe. To work around this, give people room to arrive at things. Suggest, don't instruct. Ask, don't assert. And when receiving advice, ask yourself, would I feel differently if I thought of this? Because wisdom isn't about who says it first, it's about who finally hears it. You tell yourself this is it, this is the thing that will finally make you happy. A new job, a move, a relationship, a number on the scale, a speech you're about to give. You play it forward in your mind, how different life will feel once you get it. The confidence, the pride, the calm, you see yourself walking into rooms differently, smiling differently, sleeping better. And then it happens, you get it. The change, the win, the moment you waited for. At first there's a high, a rush, people notice, you glow a little, you wake up early. For a while it feels like everything is aligning. But then almost quietly the feeling dulls, you get used to it. The new job has meetings that drag, the move means longer commutes. The number on the scale doesn't silence the voice in your head. The thing you thought would shift everything only shifted some things, and only for a while. This is impact bias, the tendency to overestimate how much and how long a future event will affect your emotional state. It's not that the things you wanted didn't matter. They did. They changed your schedule, your options, your path. But emotionally, they didn't last as long as you thought, because we don't stay in peaks or valleys for long. Our minds recalibrate, we adapt, and what once thrilled us becomes background. You see it everywhere, people thinking a breakup will ruin them, but 6 months later, they're noticing new colors in the world. Others believe that failure will mark them forever, but it fades faster than expected. You've probably said it yourself, I thought I'd feel different. We imagine weddings will keep us in joy, promotions will anchor us in pride, rejection will crush us endlessly. But all of it, good and bad, softens with time. Even grief, real and raw, bends at its own quiet pace. The danger of impact bias isn't that it makes you dream, it's that it makes you place all your weight on the dream. It turns outcomes into emotional destinations. It says, once I get there, I'll be whole. And when that doesn't happen, you might feel misled, or broken, or worse, ungrateful. But the truth is simpler. Your emotions weren't lying. They were just temporary, that's their nature. You're not defective for not staying ecstatic, you're just human. Knowing about impact bias doesn't mean you stop wanting things. It just means you hold those wants more gently. You stop expecting transformation from achievement. You start noticing that peace, meaning, and joy are often found in smaller, quieter places, in a morning you didn't rush through, in a meal where you didn't check your phone, in a conversation where you felt heard. When you stop believing that happiness is always after, you start making space for it now. Not because you gave up on more, but because you realized how much already is. You think you know yourself, not just your schedule or your preferences, but your motives, your character, your reasons for doing things. You say, I'm not biased, I just like facts. You say, I didn't mean it that way, or I'm being logical, or I trust my gut because it's usually right. You trust your inner narrator, the voice that explains your actions after they happen, the one that gives reasons even when you didn't think them through beforehand. But here's the catch, you're often not explaining, you're guessing, and that voice, it's not reporting live from inside your mind, it's stitching together a story you'll believe. This is the introspection illusion, the belief that we have special, privileged access to the reasons behind our thoughts, decisions, and behaviors, when in reality, much of what we do is shaped by factors we don't notice: context, mood, social cues, habits, even hunger. You reach for a brand at the store and say it's because of quality, but maybe you saw it in an ad yesterday. You're drawn to someone and say it's chemistry, but maybe they just used your name twice. You feel certain about a decision and call it intuition, but maybe you were just in a good mood that morning. The illusion doesn't mean you're lying. It means your mind wants a story, and it will make one. You'll see it in relationships. You think someone didn't text back because they're annoyed, but really they're driving. You think you acted cold because of something they did, not realizing you were just tired. You build explanations not from facts, but from feelings that feel like facts. You see it in conflict. You assume the other person misunderstood you because you know what you meant, but they're not reacting to your intention, they're reacting to your delivery. Still, you trust your own window into the truth. You forget that you too are a construction site of habits, blind spots, and half-finished stories. It's easy to think I see myself clearly. Harder to admit, I mostly see the version I've rehearsed. The introspection illusion is why we judge others by behavior and ourselves by intention, why we defend decisions that don't really hold up, why we feel sure even when we're guessing. But there's a flip side. Realizing this illusion doesn't mean you doubt yourself constantly. It means you soften your grip. You say, maybe there's more to this than I can see. You start asking others, how did that land for you, instead of assuming you already know. And slowly, humility replaces certainty. Curiosity replaces pride. You stop treating your thoughts as gospel and start treating them as glimpses, provisional, incomplete, but honest in their effort. Because the deepest self-knowledge isn't found in grand introspection. It's found in listening, especially when what you hear surprises you. You feel your heart racing, your palms are slightly sweaty, there's a knot in your stomach but also a strange lightness in your chest. You glance across the table at her, at him, and think, I'm really into this person, something electric is happening. Except maybe it's not who you're with, maybe it's what just happened before. This is misattribution of arousal. When your body is activated, heart rate elevated, adrenaline flowing, blood pressure rising, you assume that the emotion you're feeling is caused by what's right in front of you. But your body doesn't label arousal, your mind does. You're on a roller coaster, you step off, flushed and excited, and suddenly the person next to you seems more attractive. You go for a run and then have an argument, and it escalates quicker than usual. You've just had coffee, and now your anxiety feels like it has a specific cause, even if it doesn't. The body reacts, the mind explains. That's the pattern. In a classic study, participants crossed either a scary suspension bridge or a stable one. At the end, an attractive researcher gave them her number. Those who crossed the unstable bridge were far more likely to call. They thought they felt excitement about the person, but it was fear repackaged. Your mind is a storyteller. It doesn't like mystery. When you feel something strong, it searches for a reason. But the reason it grabs might not be the right one, and when it's wrong, you make decisions based on fiction. You say, I fell in love that day, but maybe you were just scared, or hungry, or stressed, or thrilled by something entirely unrelated. It happens in reverse too. You're nervous before an event, but you think it's because something is wrong. You misread the physical signal as an emotional warning. Your body was just preparing, but your brain says danger. This matters in relationships, in conflict, in desire. It matters when you think I hate this place, when really you just haven't eaten, or when you think I'm in danger but it's just too much caffeine. Misattribution isn't a failure, it's a function, a survival shortcut, but in a complex world it gets the story wrong. You can't always know what you're feeling, but you can pause, ask what else might be influencing me right now. That question won't solve everything, but it can stop you from confusing adrenaline for love, fear for truth, or heat for clarity. Because your feelings are real, but their meaning isn't always what you think. You're shopping for sunscreen, two options sit side by side, one says 90% effective, the other says 10% ineffective. You reach for the first one, not because you did the math, but because it felt better. That's the affect heuristic at work. When making judgments or decisions, you rely on how you feel about something, not what you know. Emotion becomes a shortcut, and sometimes that shortcut overrides logic entirely. You're more likely to trust a smiling person, more likely to say a product is safe if the music in the ad was upbeat, more likely to invest in something if the packaging is sleek. The feeling comes first, the evaluation comes second, if at all. It's why we underestimate risks when we're excited, why we overestimate danger when we're afraid, why a terrifying headline makes us cancel a trip even if the data says we're safe. Our mood hijacks the decision. It's also why people fall for scams or bad ideas wrapped in beautiful language. If something feels good, it seems true. If something sounds harsh, it seems wrong, even if it is. You hear it in political speeches. One candidate speaks in warm tones, tells a joke, makes you feel included. You don't remember all the policies, but you remember how they made you feel. You see it in charities. You're more likely to donate when shown the face of one suffering child than when presented with statistics about 1,000. Emotion beats scale. The affect heuristic is fast, intuitive, and often invisible. It helps when decisions are simple, but in complex situations like health, finance, justice, it can backfire. It can make you trust what's familiar instead of what's true, avoid what's ugly even if it's honest, prefer the convenient lie to the difficult reality. To push back, you don't need to remove emotion, you just need to notice it. Ask, is this feeling helping me understand or just helping me decide? Because sometimes the most dangerous biases aren't loud, they're warm, friendly, easy to follow. And they feel right until they don't. You're driving home at night and hear a news story on the radio, another shark attack somewhere on the coast. The next day at work, someone mentions their upcoming beach trip. Without thinking, you say, just be careful out there. You don't know the odds, you've never met anyone who's been attacked by a shark, but the image is fresh, it sticks. That's salience bias. When something is vivid, emotionally charged, or recent, your brain gives it more weight. It becomes easier to recall, and so it feels more frequent, more important, more true. It's why people fear plane crashes more than car accidents, why a high-profile crime makes you feel like the world is more dangerous, why one dramatic story shapes your beliefs more than 1,000 boring statistics. Your brain isn't doing this to hurt you, it's trying to protect you. Evolution wired it to prioritize what stands out: bright colors, loud noises, threats with teeth. In the wild, that made sense. But in modern life, salience distorts. A story about a rare vaccine side effect makes you question the whole process. One dramatic customer complaint makes a business overreact. A single angry tweet ruins someone's day. You might ignore years of financial reports because one charismatic speaker says the opposite, or make policy decisions based on an image, not a pattern, or judge a group based on one extreme example because that's what you saw. It doesn't help that media, marketing, and even memory all exploit salience. They highlight what will grab your attention, not what reflects reality. Your mind builds beliefs from what it can recall, but recall isn't reality, it's a highlight reel, and salience decides what gets on the reel. Think of a hospital. One story of malpractice can overshadow thousands of routine, life-saving procedures. Think of parenting. A viral video of a tantrum becomes the lens through which people judge an entire generation. Salience bias makes you think what stands out is what matters most, but sometimes the most important things are quiet, uneventful, invisible. So when something grabs your attention, pause, ask, is this vivid or is it typical, because those are not the same. And when something sticks in your memory, ask why this. The answer won't always change your view, but it might remind you that the loudest data isn't always the most truthful. You open your phone to adjust a setting, something about privacy, a pop-up appears, you can change this now or keep it as is. You pause, then tap Keep Current Settings. Not because you're sure it's best, but because it's already there. This is status quo bias, the tendency to prefer things the way they are, even when the change is small, even when it might help. You stay with the same bank even if fees rise, use the same route to work even if traffic worsens, keep the default ringtone even if it annoys you, not out of strong preference, but because it feels easier, safer, familiar. It shows up in big ways too. You stay in a job that drains you, remain in a routine that no longer fits, delay a decision for years not because you've chosen, but because you haven't unchosen. Status quo bias isn't laziness, it's protection. It whispers, better the devil you know. It values stability, even if that stability is slowly hurting you. Politicians understand it. They frame opponents as risky, even if their own policies have failed. Companies use it to nudge behavior. The default subscription renews unless you cancel. The plan upgrades automatically. The mind prefers inertia. A path already taken feels smoother, even if it's leading nowhere. A habit already formed feels more rational, even if it no longer serves. This bias is especially strong under uncertainty. When the pros and cons are blurry, people freeze. And in that freeze, the present wins by default. Sometimes that's fine, but sometimes it's a trap. You miss better options because you never looked. You let life shape you instead of shaping life. You convince yourself that what is must be what's best. To challenge it, you don't need to overhaul everything. You just need to notice the pull. Ask, if this wasn't already the case, would I choose it now? That question breaks the spell. Because what exists isn't always what's right, and comfort isn't always clarity. You're chatting with a friend about a childhood trip. They mention the green van your family used to drive. You nod, yeah, the green van. Later, looking through old photos, you find it, a pale blue station wagon, not even close. But now you remember it as green, not just vaguely, you see it. The color, the shape, the way the sunlight bounced off it in summer. That's the false memory effect. The brain doesn't store experiences like files on a hard drive, it reconstructs them. And in that reconstruction, suggestion, context, and emotion shape what you think you remember. It happens to everyone. You remember words that were never said, events that never happened, moments you only imagined. Not because you're lying, but because your memory is storytelling, not recording. In experiments, researchers asked people to recall a list of words like bed, pillow, dream, nap. Later, many swore they'd also seen the word sleep. They hadn't, but it fit the theme, so the brain filled it in. The same thing happens in courtrooms. Eyewitnesses testify with confidence, only to be wrong, not because they're dishonest, but because memory feels truer than it is. Photos can do it. You see an old image of a family trip and suddenly remember that ice cream stand, except you'd only seen the picture, never the place. Stories do it. Someone describes an event so vividly that you begin to remember it too. You picture it, fail it. Later, you can't tell if it was yours or theirs. Even internal emotions rewrite memories. If you're angry today, you might remember someone being colder than they were. If you're happy, you might gloss over a harsh word they said. False memory isn't about being wrong, it's about being sure while being wrong. That's what makes it powerful and dangerous. In relationships, it can fuel arguments. You said that. No, I didn't. Both people are certain, but certainty doesn't prove truth. In politics, it shapes nostalgia. People remember the good old days that never existed, only versions shaped by longing, simplicity, and distance. In trauma, it can go both ways. Some memories fade, others intensify. Some events are recalled in ways that help us cope, but don't match the facts. Your memory is elastic, molded by repetition, stories, expectations. The more you recall something, the more it shifts, and every retelling is a remix. That doesn't mean all memory is false, but it means certainty isn't a guarantee. So when you feel absolutely sure, especially about something that matters, pause. Ask, is this what happened or what I believe happened? Because sometimes the mind isn't lying. It's just filling in the gaps with a little too much confidence. You're watching a video where players pass a basketball. You're told, count how many passes the team in white makes. You focus. 1, 2, 3. Later, someone asks, did you see the gorilla? You laugh, what gorilla? You rewatch. Halfway through, a person in a gorilla suit walks across the screen, stops, beats their chest, walks off. You didn't see it, not because your eyes failed, but because your focus worked too well. That's inattentional blindness. When attention narrows, vision follows. You miss what you're not looking for, even if it's right in front of you. It's not just a lab trick, it happens constantly. A driver focused on road signs misses the pedestrian. A security guard watching for intruders misses the thief dressed like a janitor. A parent scanning for danger overlooks the quiet choking hazard in a toy box. The brain filters more than it receives. Every second you process millions of inputs. You can't notice them all, so you notice what you expect to notice. This keeps you functional, but it also leaves you blind to the unexpected. It affects conversations. You listen for support, not contradiction. You hear what fits your view, ignore what doesn't. You think you're hearing everything, you're not. In arguments, it sharpens bias. You lock onto their tone and miss their meaning. You wait for a pause to speak, not to understand. Even in daily life, inattentional blindness hides beauty. A mural you've walked past 100 times, a smile from someone who hoped you'd notice. You were busy, focused, you didn't see it. It's not stupidity, it's selectivity. The mind chooses a spotlight, everything outside that beam disappears. You can't avoid it completely, but you can expand the beam. Look up more often, ask broader questions. Assume there's more going on than you can see, especially when you're sure you've seen it all. Because the gorilla in the room isn't always a joke. Sometimes it's the truth you missed while counting passes. You're watching a movie scene, two characters talking in a cafe. The camera cuts back and forth. One moment the woman has a scarf, the next it's gone, then back again, you didn't notice. You rewind, now it's obvious. That's change blindness. When a visual change happens during a disruption, like a cut, a blink, a shift in focus, you often fail to notice it, even if it's right in the center of the screen. It's not about eyesight, it's about expectation. The brain assumes the world is stable unless told otherwise. So when things change gradually, subtly, or during a break in attention, they often slip by. It's been shown in experiments. A researcher stops someone on the street to ask for directions. Midway, two people carrying a door pass between them. Behind the door, the researcher switches places with someone else entirely. New face, new voice, different clothes. Most people don't notice. Change blindness happens in real life all the time. A friend gets a haircut and you don't comment. A road sign changes and you drive past it like nothing happened. A colleague moves their desk and you walk to the old spot for days. It's not just funny, it's revealing. In relationships, change blindness shows up as missed shifts. A partner becomes more withdrawn. A friend stops texting first. A child grows quieter. You don't notice, not because you don't care, but because the changes are slow, quiet, hidden in routine. In workplaces, it delays responses to decline. A team slowly loses motivation. A process becomes inefficient, but because the decay is gradual, no one reacts until the system breaks. It also affects memory. You recall how someone used to be, and you cling to that image. You don't see how much they've changed or how much you have. The danger isn't just in missing a detail. It's in missing the pattern, the long, slow erosion that never triggers alarms. But awareness can change that. Start by assuming you are missing something. Ask yourself, what's changed that I haven't noticed? What do I take for granted as the same? What if it is? Because the most dangerous changes are rarely loud. They're silent, gradual, invisible until it's too late. You're reading a news article online. At the bottom, you glance at the comment section. It's a mix of anger, confusion, half-formed arguments. You think these people are being manipulated by the media. But not you. You know how to separate fact from spin. You know how the system works. You're aware. That's the third-person effect, the belief that others are more susceptible to media influence than you are. It's not arrogance, it's instinct. You feel like you're watching the game from the stands while others are playing blindly on the field. But studies show most people believe they're less affected by persuasion than others, less influenced by ads, less swayed by propaganda, less vulnerable to misinformation. They're not. In politics, the third-person effect explains polarization. People think that fake news story won't fool me, but it'll trick the other side, so they justify extreme responses to protect others from being misled. In advertising, people dismiss slogans as cheesy or obvious, but still buy the products. They say it didn't affect me, while the brand quietly earns loyalty through familiarity. In relationships, it plays out in arguments about social media. You spend too much time scrolling, one partner says, it's messing with your thinking. Rarely do we admit it might be doing the same to us. The irony is that the more confident you are in your immunity, the more vulnerable you might be. Because if you don't think you're being influenced, you won't notice when you are. That's how manipulation works, not by announcing itself, but by making you feel like you are the exception. The solution isn't to distrust everything, it's to doubt evenly, to assume that you're not standing outside the current, but inside it like everyone else. Because recognizing your own blind spots doesn't make you weak, it makes you harder to move without noticing. You're late to a meeting, you rush in out of breath, mumbling an apology, sorry, traffic was insane. You hope they understand, you had no control. The lights were slow, the streets were packed, and honestly, the morning just got away from you. Later that week, someone else shows up late, no explanation. They stroll in and sit down, and without thinking, you judge them. They're careless, disorganized, always like this. Same behavior, different judgment. This is the actor-observer bias, the tendency to explain your own actions by pointing to the situation, but explain other people's actions by pointing to their character. When you mess up, it's because of context. When they do, it's because of who they are. It happens quietly, almost invisibly. You forget how many things influenced your mood, your choices, your tone that day, until someone else behaves the same way, and suddenly the whole backstory disappears. All that's left is the action, the result, and your judgment. You snap at a friend and you know why. You were tired, you had a long day, you're not usually like this, but when they snap at you, they're rude. What's their problem? You forget they have context too. In relationships, this bias creates tension. One partner sees themselves as reacting, while the other sees them as instigating. I only raised my voice because you kept interrupting. But to the observer, it just sounds like yelling. We underestimate the situation's power when someone else is in it. You'll notice it in classrooms. A student doesn't submit an assignment. They say they were overwhelmed, they had family issues, their laptop crashed. The teacher hears excuses, but if the teacher forgets to grade something, it's been a crazy week. I've had so many papers. It's different because now they're the actor. It shows up in driving. You cut someone off accidentally because you didn't see them. But when someone cuts you off, they're a jerk, reckless, impatient. The bias isn't about hypocrisy. It's about visibility. You know your own intentions, your inner monologue, the million micro-reasons behind what you do, but you don't see those for others. All you see is the surface. So your brain fills in the blanks with traits, labels, assumptions. And once that judgment is made, it sticks. You remember people as their actions, not their explanations. Unless you ask, unless you pause, unless you remind yourself, there's always a story you're not seeing. The antidote is simple, but hard. Empathy, curiosity, the willingness to imagine that someone else's behavior might have more causes than you'll ever know. The humility to recognize that you've been misunderstood in the exact same ways. Because everyone is the protagonist in their own chaos. Everyone sees the traffic, the stress, the missed alarm, and no one wants to be defined by their worst moment. So next time someone stumbles, instead of asking what's wrong with them, try asking what might be happening around them, because the truth is, what they did isn't so different from what you've done. The only real difference is the view. You walk into a bar with a group of friends. Everyone's talking, laughing, close together. You catch a glimpse of your reflection in the mirror behind the counter, and for a moment you think, we look good. Not just good, better than usual. That's the cheerleader effect, the tendency to perceive people as more attractive when they're in a group than when they're alone. It's not vanity, it's perception. Your brain averages faces, smooths out asymmetries, amplifies similarities. When people are grouped, the mind blends their features into a composite, and that composite tends to look more symmetrical, more familiar, more appealing. You've seen it in marketing. Bands look cooler on album covers. Teams look sharper in uniforms. A solo profile pic feels less compelling than a group shot, even if no one can name why. It's not just about beauty, it's about context. When someone's surrounded by others, they appear more socially accepted, more connected. That subtle signal affects how you interpret everything else about them, their confidence, charm, even competence. But the effect cuts both ways. In dating, someone seen at a party might glow with appeal. Seen again, alone, in different lighting, they seem different, not worse, just less framed. In offices, people who sit near respected colleagues may seem more reliable. In classrooms, students in active groups appear smarter. Presence is contagious. The cheerleader effect reminds you how much of perception is relational. You don't see things in isolation, you see them in context. And sometimes the group is the filter. But it's also a mirror. It reflects how you want to be seen. A lone stranger becomes approachable when framed by friendship. A quiet person seems warmer when others lean toward them. A neutral face softens in shared laughter. So next time you notice someone in a group and feel that subtle pull, ask yourself, am I seeing them or the frame they're in? Because the frame is part of the image, and sometimes that's what draws you closer. You're watching a panel discussion. One speaker is polished, articulate, clearly prepared. Then midway through, they spill their water. It's loud, a little awkward. They laugh, wipe it up, and continue without flinching. You like them more now. That's the Pratfall Effect, the phenomenon where competent people become more likable after making a small, harmless mistake. The stumble doesn't diminish them, it humanizes them. Perfection creates distance. It's admirable but cold. When someone reveals a crack just enough to show they're real, you warm to them. It happens in job interviews. A strong candidate fumbles a word, smiles, and recovers. The interviewer feels more at ease. The tension drops. A human connection forms. It happens on dates. Someone tells a story, laughs too hard, knocks over a glass. You both laugh. The moment breaks the script. It becomes memorable. But the Pratfall effect only works under one condition. The person must already appear competent. If a person spills water before saying anything meaningful, it reads as clumsy. If they've been stumbling all night, another pratfall doesn't charm, it confirms doubt. That's why the effect is powerful but narrow. It doesn't reward chaos, it rewards contrast, strength softened by vulnerability. You'll see it in leaders. A CEO who forgets a slide but handles it with humor, a teacher who admits they lost their train of thought, a parent who laughs at their own forgetfulness. These moments don't erode respect, they deepen it. Because what people want isn't perfection, it's presence, the ability to be real, recover, and remain grounded. The Pratfall effect reminds you that flaws aren't always flaws. Sometimes they're openings, invitations, little signals that say, I'm not above you, I'm beside you. And that's where connection lives, not in flawless performance, but in the courage to fumble and keep going. You're reading 2 warnings. Caution, what you don't prepare for may come back to harm you. Then another, caution, what you don't prepare for may come back to scare you. Same message, but the second one sticks, not because it's more accurate, but because it rhymes. This is the rhyme as reason effect. When a statement sounds poetic, your brain tags it as more believable. The rhythm, the symmetry, it triggers a sense of truth, even when the logic is equal or worse. You've heard it in politics, if it doesn't fit, you must acquit. In health advice, an apple a day keeps the doctor away. In everyday cliches, no pain, no gain. The rhyme makes it easier to remember, but more than that, it makes it feel right. Rhyme smooths over doubt. It makes the idea seem intentional, structured, inevitable. It's the same way a song lyric feels profound even if the meaning is simple. You see it in advertising. Rhyming slogans outperform non-rhyming ones even with the same content. A Mars a day helps you work, rest, and play. People don't analyze it, they accept it because it feels finished, packaged, done. Even in relationships, it shows up subtly. Someone says, true friends defend to the end, and it resonates. It feels ancient. Wise, you nod not because you've tested the claim, but because it echoes something deeper, the pleasure of pattern. This effect isn't about ignorance, it's about fluency. Your brain rewards ease. When an idea flows smoothly, you trust it more. Rhyme adds smoothness, so your judgment softens. But it's dangerous, too. It makes propaganda catchier. It makes conspiracy theories more persuasive. It turns slogans into substitutes for thought. If it rhymes, it bypasses scrutiny. You'll feel it next time someone says something catchy. Before you agree, pause, ask yourself, do I believe this because it makes sense or because it rhymes? Because in a world of ideas, clarity beats cadence, and not everything that rhymes is reason. You're walking down the street and pass a bakery called Bella's Bread. You smile without thinking. Something about it just feels nice. You look again. Bella, that's the first letter of your own name. That tiny moment of warmth, that's the name-letter effect. It's the subtle bias where people tend to favor letters from their own name, especially the first one. You're more likely to prefer products, places, even people that share your initials. It's unconscious, but it's there. Statistically, people are slightly more likely to marry someone whose name starts with the same letter as theirs, or live in a city that shares their initials, or prefer brands that mirror their name. It's not magic, it's familiarity. Your name is one of the first things you associate with identity. You hear it from birth, you write it, repeat it, own it, so anything that echoes it, even faintly, feels a bit more like you. You see this in branding. Personalized packaging works not just because of customization, but because it reflects the self. A mug that says M speaks louder to Mark than to Liam. A car called Laura LX feels tailored, even if it is. It shows up in choices. When faced with equal options, people lean toward the one that feels better, and often, that feeling traces back to letters they already love. Even job decisions show a faint bias. People named Dennis are statistically more likely to become dentists, Laura to become lawyers. Is it decisive? No, but it nudges. It's a quiet ego at work. This effect reminds you how much of life is filtered through personal meaning. Even the smallest echoes of your name, your story, can shape your preferences. So next time you feel drawn to something without knowing why, look at the letters. They might be whispering your name. You're reading two headlines. One says, "Thousands displaced by floods in northern India." The other says, "A 6-year-old boy named Arjun was swept from his home by rising waters." Which one do you feel? Most people stop at the second, not because it's more tragic objectively it is, but because it has a face, a name, a story. This is the identifiable victim effect, the psychological phenomenon where we feel stronger emotional reactions and a greater impulse to help when the suffering is specific, not abstract. One child in danger stirs more response than 1,000 in silence. It's irrational, but it's human. You see it in charity campaigns. Photos of a single hungry child prompt more donations than charts or statistics, even when the numbers show greater need elsewhere. The image, the name, the eyes, they collapse the distance between your world and theirs. Numbers are cold, stories are warm. Your brain doesn't intuitively grasp scale, but it understands closeness. One life described in detail breaks through. 1,000,000 lives in a number fade into background noise. In news, this shows up in how disasters are covered. A hurricane may affect thousands, but the article focuses on Maria, whose wedding dress floated down the street, or Omar, who held his dog above water. The personal detail draws you in, makes it feel real. It also shapes policy. Governments sometimes act faster when a single high-profile case is publicized, even if broader issues persist unnoticed. A kidnapped tourist prompts military action. A trapped miner prompts international rescue, because the story spreads, and when stories spread, action follows. But this effect has a shadow. It means we're inconsistent. We overreact to what's visible and underreact to what's distant. We give more to one named child than to a crisis without photos. We feel more watching a tearful video than reading about a famine. It's not wrong to care about individuals. It's deeply human. But when we let emotion alone dictate action, we risk neglecting where the help is most needed. The identifiable victim effect reminds you that compassion is powerful, but not always fair. And when you notice yourself feeling more for one story than for a sea of silence, ask, is this empathy, or is it the illusion of proximity? Because some of the greatest tragedies never make it past the numbers. You're in a coffee shop, you order a cappuccino. The barista hands you something different, an espresso. You sip it, nod, and say, "Perfect, just what I needed." You don't notice the switch. This is choice blindness. the surprising tendency to fail to notice when your original choice is swapped with something else, and to then defend the new choice as if it were your own. You think you know your preferences, but your brain is more flexible than you believe. In experiments, participants were shown 2 photos of faces and asked to choose who they found more attractive. After making their pick, the researcher slyly switched the photo, handing them the one they didn't choose. Most didn't notice. They looked at the wrong face and explained why they preferred it. They justified a decision they never made. This happens in daily life more often than you think. You're offered 2 meal options, pick one, and later describe enjoying it, even if it wasn't your actual pick. In stores, you try on jeans, settle on pair A, but walk out with pair B and still feel satisfied. The switch doesn't break your experience. You fill in the logic afterward. Your mind craves coherence. It likes to believe your choices are stable, intentional, aligned. So when reality shifts slightly, it patches the gap. You feel consistent, even when the foundation has changed. This has implications beyond coffee and clothing. In politics, people sometimes endorse views they previously opposed, if framed differently. In relationships, they defend plans they didn't suggest. In consumer behavior, brands swap features and customers adapt without realizing. It's not deception, it's cognitive flexibility dressed as certainty. But it means introspection has limits. We're not always as self-aware as we imagine. The reasons we give for our preferences might be post hoc stories, comforting, coherent, but not always accurate. Choice blindness shows you just how fluid your preferences are. It reminds you that certainty isn't always a sign of insight. It's often just the brain smoothing over a gap. So next time you find yourself defending a decision, pause. Ask, did I truly choose this, or did I just start owning it after the fact? Because knowing when you've been blind to your own choices is the first step to seeing them clearly. You're sitting in a team meeting. The goal is to decide which marketing strategy to pursue. 5 people, 1 table, and a shared agenda. Early in the meeting, someone mentions a promising campaign idea. Others nod. A second person adds a detail, then another echoes it. Before long, the entire conversation is circling that one idea. But here's the twist. Each person had their own unique insight, different data, personal observations, contrasting angles, yet none of those make it to the table. The group just keeps building on what's already been said. This is shared information bias, the tendency for people in groups to focus on information that everyone already knows while neglecting unique or unshared data that could change the outcome. It doesn't happen because people are lazy. It happens because shared info feels safe, familiar. It creates instant validation. If you mention something and others nod, you feel included. On the other hand, bringing up something new, especially if it contradicts the current direction, feels like a risk. So we default to repetition, not because it's productive, but because it's comfortable. You'll see it in jury rooms, where everyone circles around the same facts and key evidence gets missed because only one person noticed it and didn't bring it up. You'll see it in medicine, where diagnoses go wrong because each doctor contributes what they expect the others already know rather than what's actually new. In classrooms, it shows up during group projects. One student mentions a good source, and the rest build around it, ignoring the other 5 tabs open on their laptops. In dating, it shows up when you and your partner keep having the same surface-level conversations, never exploring the unspoken things that matter more, but feel riskier to name. The bias favors fluency over novelty, agreement over discovery, but the cost is real. Better options stay hidden, better decisions never get made. To combat it, you have to do something unnatural, seek disagreement. Ask, what do we each know that hasn't been said yet? Or, what's something you were hesitant to mention? These questions bring the unspoken into the open. Because the best information isn't always the most agreed upon. Sometimes it's the quietest voice in the room, the one holding something no one else has considered yet. And if you can make space for that voice, especially when the momentum is pulling another way, you might unlock the answer no one else saw coming. You're watching a crime show with a friend. The episode ends and they say, "Did you see how the woman dropped the red purse near the bus stop?" You nod, but something feels off. Later, you rewatch the scene. There's no red purse, just a beige coat. You didn't imagine it, you were misinformed, and now your memory has changed. This is the misinformation effect. when new, misleading information subtly rewrites how we remember a past event. It doesn't feel like a distortion, it feels like clarity. That's what makes it dangerous. In studies, participants watch a video of a car accident. Later, some are asked, how fast were the cars going when they smashed into each other? Others hear, how fast were they going when they bumped into each other? The first group recalls higher speeds and more damage. Just one word changed the memory. That's all it takes. You'll see this in everyday life. Someone tells a friend, weren't you crying during that speech? Maybe they weren't. But the next time they think back, the image is foggy, and maybe they were. The suggestion becomes part of the memory. This happens with news, too. A false headline gets corrected days later, but the vividness of the first version lingers. Even if people believe the correction, they still remember the event differently. The misinformation effect doesn't rely on deception. It relies on confidence. If the person feeding you the wrong detail seems certain, your brain leans in, because memory isn't a recording, it's a reconstruction, and each time you recall it, the pieces shift just a little. That's why eyewitness testimony is unreliable. That's why rumors reshape history. That's why even your own journal might feel foreign years later. You wrote it down, but you remember it differently. The effect is stronger when the original memory is weak or when the misleading detail comes from someone you trust. Emotion also plays a role. If the added detail fits the story better, if it makes it more coherent or dramatic, it sticks. To protect yourself, slow down when remembering. Ask, what do I actually recall and what might I have absorbed later, especially when emotions are high or when others are filling in the blanks. Because memory isn't a file you retrieve, it's a story you rewrite, and the most convincing edits often come from the people around you. You're having a rough day, you show up to work tired, distracted, not fully present, but you don't say anything, you assume it's obvious. Your face feels heavier, your replies are shorter, you're certain people can tell something's off. But no one reacts, no one asks. The day goes on like normal, and you walk away thinking, how could they not notice? This is the transparency illusion, the belief that our internal states, our emotions, thoughts, intentions, are more visible to others than they really are. It makes you overestimate how clearly your anxiety shows when you speak in public. It makes you think your sarcasm is obvious, even when it lands flat. It makes you believe people know you're upset when all they see is silence. The truth is, most people aren't paying as much attention to us as we think, not out of selfishness, but because they're wrapped in their own internal noise, their own performance, pressure, mood. You'll see this illusion in conflict. You say something that sounds cold, but you think it's clear you're joking. It's not. Or you try to hint at discomfort with a look or tone, believing your message is loud, but the other person doesn't even blink. You see it in relationships. One partner thinks their disappointment is obvious. The other has no idea anything's wrong, because sighs, pauses, even long silences, none of these are as readable as we imagine. The illusion also works in reverse. When someone else frowns, we assume it's about us. When they're quiet, we think they're judging. We fill in blanks with our own fears, forgetting that others carry their own invisible worlds. It's why overcommunication feels awkward, but is often necessary. Saying, I'm nervous, or I'm tired today, or even I didn't mean that the way it sounded, can break the illusion. It invites understanding instead of guessing. It's also why asking matters. Are you okay? Was that what you meant? How are you really feeling? These questions pull people out of assumed transparency and into real connection. The transparency illusion doesn't just distort how others see us, it distorts how we expect them to respond. And it often leaves us feeling unseen, misread, or alone when in fact, we just didn't share clearly. We think we're broadcasting in neon, but most of the time, we're on mute. A friend offers you two options. In the first, you get a guaranteed $30. In the second, you flip a coin. Heads, you get $60. Tails, nothing. You take the $30, feels safe. Then they change the setup. Now it's a loss. Option 1, you lose $30 guaranteed. Option 2, flip a coin. Heads, you lose nothing. Tails, you lose $60. This time, you gamble. The logic contradicts itself, but it feels consistent. Why? This is the pseudocertainty effect, the tendency to make different choices depending on how options are framed, especially when partial certainty is involved. People avoid risk when a sure gain is offered, but when facing loss, they prefer risk, even if the outcomes are mathematically identical. We crave certainty, even the illusion of it. When a small piece of a decision feels safe, we anchor to it, treating it as solid ground, even if the rest of the situation is unstable. It happens in health choices. You pick a treatment that guarantees a small benefit, even if another offers a chance at greater improvement, because, at least, I'll get something. It happens in business. You stick with a plan that promises a modest return instead of one with higher variance, even when the average is better. But when losses loom, that flips. Suddenly, we're willing to risk everything to avoid a definite hit. The pseudocertainty effect doesn't come from bad math, it comes from how we cope with uncertainty. Certainty, even if partial or artificial, feels emotionally better than ambiguity. It's why marketers use phrases like guaranteed results or risk-free trial. Those aren't promises, they're emotional anchors, designed to soothe the discomfort of incomplete information. The danger is subtle, it makes us inconsistent. We become gain-averse in one moment, loss-seeking in another, without realizing our logic has shifted. To resist it, zoom out, strip away the framing. Ask, would I make the same choice if this were worded differently, or what's the actual probability, regardless of how it's presented? Because the feeling of certainty can be faked, but the outcomes are real, and recognizing that illusion is the first step to seeing decisions as they truly are, not just as they appear. You're choosing between two coffee sizes, a small for $3 or a large for $5. You think about it for a moment. The small feels reasonable. The large may be too much. You're leaning small. Then a third option appears, a medium for $4.50. Suddenly the large seems like a better deal, just 50 cents more for more coffee. You switch, not because your needs changed, but because the comparison changed. This is the decoy effect. When an additional option, less attractive and asymmetrically worse, shifts our preference between two original choices, it's not meant to be chosen, it's meant to make something else look better. You'll see it in pricing tiers. A streaming service offers basic at $9, premium at $17, and a plus tier at $16. No one really wants plus, but next to it, premium feels like a bargain, so more people choose it. It happens in dating apps. Profiles are sometimes shown alongside others who are similar but slightly less attractive, less interesting, less compatible, not by accident, but because comparisons influence desire. In politics, candidates may introduce fringe players who aren't viable, but who reframe how the main ones appear. A moderate starts to seem bold when a decoy radical enters the conversation. Even in job interviews, a less qualified candidate might be brought in not to get the role, but to highlight the strengths of the preferred one. The decoy isn't the choice, it's the contrast. What makes the decoy effect powerful is that we don't notice it. We believe we're making independent judgments, but our preferences are malleable. The presence of an inferior third option reshapes the value we assign to the others. And we rationalize it. Well, I went with the large because it's a better deal. We don't say, because a third option tricked my brain into comparison mode. To spot the effect, ask, would I still choose this if the third option didn't exist, or is this choice really about value or about contrast? Because the decoy doesn't argue, it doesn't persuade. It just sits there quietly, making something else look better, and unless you're watching for it, you'll walk away thinking the decision was all yours. You're offered two bets. In the first, a jar contains 50 red balls and 50 blue balls. You win $100 if you draw a red. In the second, the jar also contains 100 balls, but the mix is unknown. Could be more reds, could be fewer. Most people pick the first, even if logically the second could offer better odds. Why? Because we hate not knowing. This is the ambiguity effect, our tendency to avoid options with unknown probabilities, even when those options might actually be better. We crave clarity. When outcomes are uncertain and the odds are unclear, we freeze. We default to what feels knowable, even if it's not optimal. You see it in medical decisions. Patients often choose treatments with known success rates over newer, possibly better ones with less data, not because they're worse, but because their ambiguity triggers avoidance. It shows up in investing. People stick with familiar stocks or mutual funds, even if new opportunities arise, simply because those new choices lack a clear track record. Even in hiring, ambiguous resumes, candidates from less-known schools or with unconventional backgrounds are often passed over in favor of more familiar profiles. Not because they're less capable, but because their outcomes are harder to predict. Ambiguity feels like danger, but it's not always. Sometimes it's just incomplete information, and sometimes the option with unknown odds is the one with greater potential. Marketers use this effect against us. They highlight clarity backed by science, trusted by millions, rated 5 stars, not just to build trust but to kill ambiguity. Because they know the more uncertain something feels, the less likely people are to choose it. The ambiguity effect doesn't mean we're bad at risk. We take risks all the time. What we hate is the blind spot, the unmeasured variable. It's not danger that scares us, it's the fog. To break the pattern, ask, am I avoiding this because it's worse or because I don't know enough? Because fear of the unknown shouldn't masquerade as logic, and sometimes what we need isn't more certainty, but more courage to explore uncertainty. Because not every good outcome begins with a clear sign. Some begin with a question. You hear a story, a rare, shocking crime in a distant city. It spreads online. Headlines multiply. Social media picks it up. People start warning each other, even in places far removed from the event. A politician mentions it in a speech. Soon, it feels like a wave, a crisis. You find yourself thinking, is this happening everywhere now? But it is, statistically, nothing has changed. What changed is perception. This is the availability cascade. A self-reinforcing cycle where repeated exposure to an idea makes it feel more true, more common, and more urgent, even if it is. It starts with a striking story, one that provokes emotion, fear, outrage, disgust, the kind of reaction that makes people share. As it spreads, repetition replaces evidence. More people believe it, not because of new facts, but because more people are talking about it. You see this in health scares. One case of contamination becomes a national panic. Despite being incredibly rare, it feels omnipresent because it dominates the narrative. In finance, rumors of a bank's instability can lead to mass withdrawals, which then cause the instability. Belief fuels behavior. Behavior confirms belief. In politics, availability cascades create moral panics. A single controversial incident gets amplified until it feels like a widespread problem. Laws get passed. Social trust erodes, all from a story that became a movement, not through data, but through volume. The danger is how persuasive it feels. Your brain goes, I keep hearing about this, so it must be real. You don't notice how many of those mentions trace back to the same original source, or how few people actually looked into the details. It's not about stupidity, it's about cognitive shortcuts. The more something is repeated, the easier it is to recall, and the easier it is to recall, the more true it feels. That's the cascade. To resist it, slow down when something feels like a wave. Ask, am I reacting to evidence or to repetition? Have I seen numbers or just outrage? Is this idea growing because it's true or because it's easy to share? Because not all cascades point to truth, some just point to momentum, and what spreads easily isn't always what matters most. It's late, you're tired, waking up early tomorrow would make the day better, but there's a snack within reach, a video you've wanted to watch, and suddenly you say, just one more hour, I'll deal with it tomorrow. This is hyperbolic discounting, our tendency to prefer smaller, immediate rewards over larger, delayed ones, even when waiting would clearly benefit us more. We aren't wired for long-term optimization, we're wired for immediacy. A cookie now feels more real than lower cholesterol later. Sleeping in today feels more rewarding than being alert at work tomorrow. We discount the future, not logically, but emotionally. The further away a benefit is, the less value our brain assigns to it, not linearly but steeply. That's why a reward 2 weeks from now feels like it barely matters, even if it's huge. You'll see it in savings habits. People know retirement matters, but when the choice is between spending today or saving for 30 years from now, most spend. It affects health. Skipping one workout feels trivial, but skipping it every day erodes the long-term goal, slowly, invisibly. It creeps into relationships. A meaningful conversation takes effort. A scroll through your phone is easier. You choose comfort over connection, and one night becomes a habit. Even in public policy, governments prioritize short-term economic gains over long-term sustainability, not always because they're reckless, but because voters reward immediacy. Hyperbolic discounting isn't about selfishness. It's about time perception. The present is vivid, the future is blurry, and blur makes discipline harder. To counter it, some use tricks, automatic savings, delayed delivery apps, commitment contracts. But even before tools, the first step is awareness. Ask yourself, if this choice were flipped, if the reward were now and the cost later, would I still choose it? Because often we're not choosing what we want, we're choosing what we feel. And the future version of you, they don't get a vote, they just inherit the result. You buy a safer car, one with advanced braking systems, multiple airbags, lane departure warnings. It's designed to protect you even in the worst situations, but over time something shifts. You start driving a little faster, you text at red lights, you follow cars a bit more closely. After all, the car will protect you. This is risk compensation, the psychological effect where people adjust their behavior in response to perceived safety, often becoming riskier when they feel more protected. The phenomenon is subtle, it doesn't announce itself, it's not a conscious decision. No one says, I'll be reckless because I'm safe, but safety features change how danger feels, and when danger feels distant, we act with less caution. You see this in sports. A helmet makes players feel invincible, so they hit harder, move faster, take more aggressive plays. Injuries don't vanish, they shift. In public health, distributing condoms in certain contexts leads some to take more sexual risks, not because they misunderstand protection, but because the mental cost of risk feels lower. In urban planning, wider roads designed for safety often make drivers speed up. Protective bike lanes, if not carefully implemented, can ironically lead to more dangerous driver behavior around cyclists. Even in finance, insurance against market losses can make investors take bolder risks, assuming the system will catch them if they fall. The core idea isn't that safety is bad, it's that perceived safety changes behavior, and if that behavior becomes riskier than before, the net result might not be safer at all. It's a psychological balancing act. People carry a mental tolerance for risk. When external factors reduce it, they often raise their internal risk-taking to match. It doesn't mean we should abandon safety tools. It means we need to design them with awareness of how humans adapt. Real safety isn't just about protections. It's about understanding behavior. Next time you feel extra safe, pause. Ask, am I acting smarter or just feeling invincible? Because protection is only as strong as the choices it quietly influences. You're buying yogurt, two containers sit side by side. One says 90% fat-free. The other says contains 10% fat. You reach for the first one. Even though they're identical, it just feels healthier. That's the framing effect. Our decisions are shaped not just by the facts, but by how those facts are presented. And in its more complex form, this effect doesn't just nudge preferences, it transforms entire worldviews. Imagine a politician describing a policy. They say it will benefit 80% of citizens. Another says it will leave 20% behind. Same numbers, opposite emotions. One feels like progress, the other like abandonment. In medicine, a treatment with a 95% success rate sounds reassuring, but call it a 5% failure rate and patients hesitate. Even doctors, trained in statistics, aren't immune. In crime reporting, saying crime dropped by 10% versus still 90% of what it used to be creates very different public reactions. Fear can grow or shrink depending on the frame. In relationships, saying you always forget to listen hits harder than sometimes I feel unheard. One accuses, the other invites reflection. Framing matters because language carries emotion, and emotion shapes judgment faster than logic does. The effect deepens when stakes are high. In law, framing a suspect as innocent until proven guilty versus likely offender changes how evidence is interpreted, even when it's the same evidence. In media, headlines are often crafted to frame narratives, creating a lens before you even read the story. That lens colors everything. The danger isn't just misinterpretation, it's polarization, because framing affects how we see others' views, too. Once an issue is framed as freedom versus control or security versus rights, compromise becomes betrayal. To see through it, slow down when something feels emotionally obvious. Ask, is this how it is or just how it's framed? What happens if I rephrase the claim? Does my reaction change? Because truth isn't just about what's said, it's about how it's shaped. And sometimes, a different frame reveals a very different picture. You're watching someone predict the outcome of a sports match. They speak confidently. They reference past statistics, player injuries, weather conditions. It all sounds very precise. You nod along, it makes sense. The game ends, they were wrong, completely. But next week they predict again with the same certainty, and you still feel tempted to believe them. This is the illusion of validity. The belief that the more coherent and detailed an explanation sounds, the more likely it is to be true, even when the evidence doesn't support that confidence. It happens in job interviews. A manager meets a candidate who's articulate, calm, well-dressed. They form a strong impression they'll be great in this role. The candidate starts. A month later, they're struggling, but the manager still defends the hire. The initial judgment felt too accurate to question. It happens with financial analysts. A model looks clean, projections are neat, graphs rise smoothly, but the market shifts and the predictions fall apart. Still, people trust the same logic next time because it looked right. In psychology, this illusion was observed during studies with experienced clinicians. When given detailed case histories, they expressed strong confidence in their diagnoses, even though their accuracy barely improved compared to more basic profiles. The illusion stems from our brain's preference for narrative. Coherence feels like truth. When information fits a neat story, our skepticism drops, even if that story is built on shaky ground. We're especially vulnerable when the information looks analytical, when it includes numbers, jargon, charts. The appearance of depth can substitute for actual depth. It's not about intelligence. Smart people fall for it too. In fact, the more knowledge someone has in a field, the more likely they are to overestimate their predictive power, because expertise creates fluency, and fluency feels like correctness. The danger isn't just in being wrong, it's in being confidently wrong, because when we're sure, we don't double-check, we don't ask for alternatives, we don't test assumptions. To break the illusion, look for humility, not in others but in your own mind. When something feels too right, pause, ask, am I trusting this because it's accurate or because it's smooth? Confidence can be a performance, and precision can be a disguise. What matters is not how valid something sounds, but how often it's been proven to be. You walk into a bookstore, one title stands out, the font is clean, the cover is well designed, the blurb is short, sharp, easy to read. You flip through the pages, they feel light, the sentences flow. You think this must be a good book. Maybe it is, but maybe what you're really responding to is processing fluency, the ease with which your brain can absorb something, and how that ease tricks you into believing it's better, truer, or more important. When something is easy to read, pronounce, or understand, we instinctively trust it more. It feels familiar even if it's not. It feels credible even when it's shallow. You'll see this with investment firms. A company with a short, pronounceable name is more likely to attract early investors, not because of its business model, but because people process the name easily. In legal cases, juries are more likely to believe statements that are written in plain fonts rather than hard-to-read ones. The visual simplicity makes the message feel more truthful. Even in education, students rate essays written in clearer fonts as more intelligent. The same content, just dressed differently. Our brains mistake fluency for truth. When we don't have the time or energy to evaluate something deeply, we use shortcuts. Ease becomes a stand-in for accuracy. This is why marketers obsess over packaging, why political slogans are short, why headlines are punchy. The easier it is to process, the more likely it is to stick and to be believed. But fluency has a dark side. Complex truths are often harder to digest. Nuanced arguments don't come in tweet-sized chunks. Real warnings might sound clunky, and because of that, they get ignored. You might dismiss a thoughtful article because the layout is messy. You might believe a shallow claim because it's catchy. You might miss the best advice because it wasn't said in a polished way. To resist the bias, notice your first reaction. If something feels true, ask why. Is it because it makes sense or because it's easy? Because not all clarity is truth, and not all truth is easy to see. You're lying in bed staring at the ceiling. The light hits a crack just right, and suddenly it looks like a face. Not a perfect one, but close enough. 2 eyes, a nose, a crooked smile, you blink, still there. Your rational mind knows it's just random shapes, but something deeper whispers, no, it looks like something real. This is pareidolia, the tendency to see meaningful patterns where none exist, most famously faces, but not just faces, animals in clouds, figures in wood grain, Jesus on toast, meaning in noise. It's not a flaw, it's an ancient survival feature. Your brain evolved to detect patterns fast, especially faces, because mistaking a shadow for a tiger costs nothing, but mistaking a tiger for a shadow, that could be fatal. So your brain plays it safe. It connects dots that were never meant to be connected. It sees intention where there's randomness. It gives shape to chaos. You'll notice it in buildings. A house with windows and a door becomes a face. In objects, cars that look angry, plugs that look surprised. Even abstract art triggers it. A few dots, a curve, and your brain fills in the rest. But pareidolia isn't just visual, it's emotional. You see patterns in behavior. A partner cancels dinner twice and you start sensing rejection. A friend forgets your birthday and your brain whispers, they don't care. Maybe they do, maybe they don't, but pareidolia makes it feel like a pattern even if it's not. In relationships, this bias creates false stories. You remember every time someone interrupted you and it starts to feel like disrespect. Not because they always interrupt, but because you've started seeing a shape where there might be noise. In spiritual contexts, pareidolia explains visions. A flicker in candlelight becomes a ghost. A strange sound in the forest becomes a presence. The brain connects the unconnected and tells you it means something. This is how humans survive. We are meaning-making machines. Even in silence, even in randomness, we find faces, stories, signs. We draw constellations in the stars because we can't bear the thought that the sky is just a mess of fire. The beauty of pareidolia is that it gives texture to life. It lets you see dragons in clouds, friends in trees, meaning in cracks, but the danger is when you confuse the appearance of a pattern with truth. So next time something feels suspiciously familiar, ask, is this real, or is my brain just trying to keep me safe by making something out of nothing? Because sometimes a face is just a stain, and sometimes meaning isn't found, it's projected. You're watching someone walk into a room, they seem distant, you immediately think they're annoyed, maybe at you, maybe at something you said. But they haven't spoken yet, they haven't even looked your way, still you feel it, you're sure of it. This is the projection effect, the tendency to see your own emotions, assumptions, or experiences reflected in other people, even when they aren't there. In its visual form, it's how you project intention onto facial expressions, posture, even silence. You're anxious, so you assume others are judging. You feel guilty, so you assume someone's angry. You're insecure, so you think they're bored or unimpressed. It's not that you're imagining things, it's that your inner world leaks out. You see your fear in their face, your tension in their tone, your doubt in their hesitation. This happens fast, almost instantaneously. You glance at someone's expression and label it cold, warm, fake, annoyed, but you're not just observing, you're interpreting, and your interpretations are colored by your current emotional state. You'll notice this in text messages. If you're upset, even a neutral okay feels cold. If you're insecure, a delay in response feels like rejection. The same message, two different reads, depending on what you're projecting into it. Projection makes interactions confusing. You think someone is judging you, so you pull back. They notice the shift and respond with confusion, which you take as confirmation of what you already feared. A loop begins, not because of what was real, but because of what you felt was real. It also shows up in arguments. You accuse someone of not listening, but maybe it's you who stopped hearing. You say they're being cold, but it's your own walls that went up first. The more intense the emotion, the stronger the projection. This effect is strongest when you're tired, stressed, or emotionally overloaded. Your brain starts skipping steps. It doesn't ask what's true, it asks what feels true right now, and then it sees that answer in the other person's face. The way out isn't to stop feeling, it's to slow down, to ask yourself, is this about them or about me? What am I projecting into this moment? What might I be missing because I'm seeing myself, not them? Because clarity in relationships isn't just about what's visible, it's about what you stop projecting long enough to truly see. You open the fridge and see a slice of cake, just one. You weren't planning to eat dessert tonight, but it's there. One slice, might as well finish it. This is unit bias, the tendency to view a single unit of something as the appropriate amount, regardless of its actual size or relevance. If something is presented as a portion, we assume that's the right portion, even if it's oversized, even if we weren't hungry. You see it with food: a whole muffin, a full plate, a can of soda. People rarely eat half a muffin and save the rest. If it's packaged as one, we treat it as one serving, one choice, one action, not because we've thought it through, but because we've accepted the unit. You see it with time: a TV episode is 42 minutes, so we watch 42 minutes. A meeting is scheduled for an hour, so we fill an hour. A class is 90 minutes, so we talk for 90, even if the point was made in 45. The unit defines the use, not the other way around. It shows up in exercise: one set of 10, one circuit, 1 mile. We feel finished when the unit is done, even if we had energy for more or needed less. The number, not the need, becomes the measure. Unit bias also shapes behavior in less obvious ways. People who open a bottle of pills often take one, not because one is optimal, but because one feels like the right number. If an email has 3 questions, we answer all 3 in one go, even if one answer deserves more thought. It affects generosity. A charity suggests donate $5, and that becomes the default, not because it's the ideal amount, but because it was framed as a unit. Most people give that much, not more, not less. The unit drives the action. Even our perception of productivity is shaped by it: 1 task per list item, 1 email per response, 1 message, 1 reply. If we start something, we want to finish the unit. That's why stopping mid-episode or mid-article feels incomplete, even if we're tired. This bias isn't irrational. It helps the brain manage complexity. By breaking life into chunks, we conserve effort, but it also means we often make decisions based on packaging, not content, on the shape of the thing, not its necessity. Unit bias becomes a problem when the unit is arbitrary, like portions at a restaurant, social media scroll loops, or binge playlists. We don't stop because we're done. We stop because the unit ends or doesn't. Awareness is the first defense. Before acting on something because it feels complete, ask, complete by whose measure? Is this portion right for me, or just what I was given? Because a full plate doesn't mean a full night, and one unit isn't always one decision. You're planning a trip, imagining the moment you land, the fresh air, the freedom, the relief of escape. You feel lighter just picturing it. Or you're dreading a confrontation, playing it out in your mind, the anxiety, the awkwardness, the emotional crash afterward. It feels awful already, and it hasn't even happened. This is effective forecasting, the brain's attempt to predict how future events will make us feel. It happens all the time, and we're not very good at it. We overestimate the intensity and duration of future emotions. Winning the lottery, we think we'll be happy for years. Losing a job, we imagine devastation that lasts forever. But in reality, both effects fade faster than we expect. We adjust, we adapt, we move on. The brain uses present emotion as a reference point. So if you're excited now, you'll expect euphoria later. If you're down, you'll expect devastation. But future you isn't the same as present you. Your emotional system resets, but your predictions don't. You'll notice this when planning purchases. That new gadget, that outfit, that perfect couch, you imagine it changing your life. And maybe it does for a day, then it becomes normal. You feel the same. But your forecast was based on the thrill of imagining, not the reality of owning. It happens with regrets too. You imagine failing that interview and it feels like the end. But people who have actually failed interviews don't stay broken. They adapt, redirect, try again. The emotional crash is smaller than expected. Effective forecasting also misfires with positive events. You picture the perfect vacation, but real vacations include lost luggage, tired legs, cloudy days. The real experience is always messier and usually more normal than the imagined one. This bias can lead to poor decisions. We chase things for imagined happiness. We avoid things out of predicted dread. But the reality is, we rarely feel as good or as bad as we expect. Emotion is slippery. Forecasts are flawed. The antidote isn't to stop imagining. It's to hold those visions loosely. To remember that the brain loves drama, that your future self is more resilient and more emotionally average than you expect. When you find yourself saying, "This will ruin me," or "This will complete me," pause, ask, has anything ever really done that before, or did it just pass through like every other feeling? Because most of life isn't highs or lows, it's the in-between. And learning to forecast that, not the fantasy, is the beginning of emotional clarity. You're walking into a store, just browsing, when an employee hands you a small free sample. You weren't planning to buy anything, but a few minutes later, you find yourself at the register with a full basket. That's the reciprocity norm at work, the invisible rule that says when someone gives you something, you feel an urge to give something back. It doesn't matter how small the gesture is. A smile, a compliment, a piece of gum. The act of giving creates an internal imbalance, and your brain moves to restore it. It's why charities often include small gifts with their appeals, stickers, keychains, postcards. They know that people are more likely to donate after receiving something, not because the item has value, but because the gesture does. You'll feel it in everyday conversations. Someone listens to you vent, so the next time they speak, you lean in more. A coworker helps you fix a small problem, so later you find yourself offering them support, even if you're busy. It shows up in relationships too. A thoughtful gesture from one partner invites a mirror gesture from the other. Small kindnesses echo, and over time, that rhythm of give and return forms the emotional backbone of trust. But reciprocity isn't always pure. It's powerful, and that makes it easy to exploit. Salespeople know this, so do politicians, so do marketers. They offer something small, information, validation, a gift, and then make a request. The pressure doesn't come from them, it comes from within. You don't want to feel ungrateful, ungracious. You feel pulled toward balance, even if you didn't ask for the gesture in the first place. This also plays out in social dynamics. Someone buys the first round of drinks, and the group silently rotates the favor. A friend picks you up from the airport, and you feel compelled to return the gesture, even if no one says it out loud. What's remarkable is how automatic it is. Reciprocity is hardwired. Evolutionarily, it built cooperation. Those who gave and received were safer, more connected, more likely to survive. But in modern life, where gestures can be strategic, the same wiring can steer you into decisions you wouldn't otherwise make. The solution isn't to reject kindness or become skeptical of every gift. It's to recognize the pattern, to pause before responding, to ask, is this gratitude or pressure? Because reciprocity is only as meaningful as the freedom behind it. When you give because you want to, not because you have to, it becomes something deeper, not an exchange, a connection. You're reading about inequality. The statistics are stark. One group has less of everything: income, healthcare, representation. You feel uneasy. And then somewhere inside, a thought arises. Well, maybe they didn't try hard enough. You don't say it out loud, but it's there. This is system justification theory, the psychological tendency to defend and rationalize the status quo, even when it's unequal, even when you're not benefiting from it. The system might be flawed, but part of the brain prefers the comfort of order over the discomfort of injustice. It shows up in how people talk about class. Poor people just don't work hard enough. Or gender. Women are more emotional, that's why they don't lead as often. These explanations feel easier than confronting structural bias. They protect the system by blaming the individual. You'll hear it when people defend outdated rules. It's always been that way, or react to protest with confusion. Why are they making such a fuss? The brain wants coherence, and challenging a system introduces dissonance. So instead, it smooths the edges. Even those harmed by a system can justify it. A worker might defend a company that underpays them. A marginalized person might internalize stereotypes. Because believing the system is fair, even when it's not, feels safer than admitting you're trapped in something unjust. System justification is subtle. It doesn't always shout. Sometimes it whispers, the world isn't perfect, but it works. It trades justice for stability, truth for peace of mind. It also explains why change feels threatening, not just logistically, but emotionally. If the system is broken, then the people who benefit from it didn't earn everything, and the people who suffer didn't fail. That reality reshapes identity, and identity resists change. But the first step out of this loop is awareness, noticing the reflex, catching the voice that says, maybe things are fine when they clearly aren't, and asking, fine for whom? System justification doesn't mean people are evil. It means people are scared of chaos, of guilt, of being wrong, but change doesn't require chaos, it requires honesty. Because a system that only looks stable when we close our eyes, that's not stability, that's denial, and the courage to look closer might be the first act of true repair. You buy a new chair, sleek, modern, minimal, you bring it home, place it in your living room, and suddenly everything else looks off. The old coffee table, too scratched, the rug, too colorful, the lamp, wrong decade. So you start replacing things, one item at a time, not because they're broken, but because they no longer match. One chair turns into a redesign. That's the Diderot effect, the tendency for one new possession to trigger a wave of additional consumption, creating a spiral of self-reinvention through things. It's not about need, it's about coherence. A single new item disrupts your internal aesthetic, and your brain moves to restore harmony. It's named after Denis Diderot, the French philosopher who received a luxurious dressing gown as a gift. The robe was beautiful, but next to it his other belongings felt shabby, so he upgraded them, and then upgraded more, until he found himself in debt, surrounded by elegance he hadn't wanted until the robe arrived. You'll feel it after buying a new phone. Suddenly your case looks outdated, your charger feels too slow, your headphones not quite good enough. Or after redecorating one room and finding the next unbearable by comparison. The change doesn't stop where it started, it spreads. Because things don't exist in isolation, they form networks of identity, and when one part changes, the rest strains to keep up. This shows up beyond shopping. Start a fitness routine and you might buy new clothes, supplements, containers, trackers, not because they're essential, but because they support the new version of you. It feels like self-care, but sometimes it's self-chasing. You'll notice it in lifestyle shifts. A promotion brings a better apartment, then fancier dinners, then pricier vacations. The identity expands and with it, the expectations. More becomes normal, and normal becomes expensive. The Diderot effect isn't inherently bad. Sometimes it reflects genuine growth, but left unchecked, it builds pressure to escalate, to perform consistency, to keep upgrading not for function, but for image. And it's sneaky because each choice feels rational, just one more purchase to match the last, just one more adjustment to feel complete, but completion keeps moving. The escape isn't to reject new things. It's to pause and ask, did I want this before the first change? Or is this a reaction? Am I building a life or just maintaining a version of myself I never meant to create? Because the Diderot effect doesn't just shape your home or your wardrobe, it shapes your story. And if you're not careful, you'll spend more time curating coherence than actually living.